Sweet. Hello. God, I had to deal with so much troubleshooting with this dumb game, but also because I'm using a new streaming software, or at least just trying it out. Oh, this isn't Elden Ring, no. I'm too much of a punk for Elden Ring. Ow. So this is like just a forewarning for anyone, but this is gonna include like massive spoilers for like the first arc of like Final Fantasy XIV, because this is like right after Endwalker. So just like if you want to try the game out, whatever, I kind of don't suggest you watch this because there's like massive spoilers, since this is the new arc. Right after the Heideland and the Zodiac one. Normally, how story patches go or whatever is that it continues like the original, like, you know, like X.0, and then you have X.1, X.2, X.3. X.3 is usually like the final like ending of an expansion, and then after that they basically start setting up the story for the like the next expansion. But 6.0 is basically, that was just it for Endwalker. So today, or I guess starting with 6.1, is the new story. So where is my dancer? Oh! Okay, so they actually wrote everything out. Okay. Okay. So I believe 6.1 patch so far, they've just added more MSQ. They've added the 24-man, and they added like little nicks and knacks. I know there's like a new PvP mode, but I'm not really interested in it, because it's apparently just like a payload competitive type of thing, similar to like Overwatch, whatever. I'll try it later. I won't stream it. I was honestly thinking about streaming Endwalker when it came out, but I decided against it because I kind of just wanted to play it on my own time, considering how when it launched the servers were dying. I literally had to, especially on days where I worked, I literally, like, the moment I got home, I would like log on and get myself set up on the queue. Because queues, at least for my server, would take up to like maybe 2 to 3 hours for you to finally be able to like log into the game. For Aether, which is like the main like raiding server for this game, apparently queues were like up to 5 hours, whatever, and it was just really bad. So at that point, I just decided it's gonna be too late. Like, why am I gonna be sitting like babysitting a queue for like 2 to 3 hours doing nothing? As streaming it, it's not worth it. That's bonkers. Yeah, it was incredible. Back when the game had its popularity boost during the summer, I'm very thankful that people went over to the Aether and the Primal data centers, and they left Crystal alone, since, like I said, Primal and Aether are mostly primarily made out of the raiding base of the game. The people you know who do like world first raids and all that shit. Savage raiding, extreme raiding. Crystal does it too, but Crystal's more of like the RP/casual base. And I do have plans of joining raids eventually. I actually have a friend, like, since they're gonna add DC world travel I think sometime during the summer, a friend of mine who participates in like Savage raiding wants to like help me start dipping my toes into that scene. So that's going to be a thing. I don't know if I'll rate it. I don't know if I'll stream it myself or anything. I know Hatsu streams it, but we'll see. Anyways, I hope everyone's been okay. I've been having a hectic couple of weeks. Oh, which is why I haven't streamed in like, I think 2 months. Whoops. Work has been hectic, and I actually finally
It's so much
submitted.
quieter these days without everyone around. Not that I'm pining for your return, you understand. I have my sources, and I know that each and every one of you is doing well and keeping busy with your endeavors.
Sure have to target.
Meanwhile, I'm left with a surplus of free time and the question of how to make the most of it. What about you? Any plans for the immediate future? Traveling to the edge of existence and back wasn't enough? Well, if that's the case, I might have a suggestion for you. You've fought bravely and selflessly, helping those in need and saving our star from unimaginable threats. For your deeds, you've been hailed as the champion of Eorzea and a host of other incredible things. But why not put those titles aside for a while?
Believe me, I've tried.
Acquit yourself as a simple adventurer again, and travel the world in search of wonder.
I mean, those were essentially Emmett Silk's dying words, so I can't really say no to that.
Oh, that's the spirit! I can feel from here the blazing fire that just lit in your belly. Now, all you need is a destination. If you're having trouble deciding, just leave it to me. Thavnair. That's where you should go next.
I already went to Thavnair, though.
I doubt you were able to squeeze in a proper tour of Radzat the last time you were there. What with the burning skies and rampaging monsters and so forth. And I'm sure Vritra would be pleased to see you. Then there's the bounty itself. The Empire's presence in the region was always a deterrent to exploration. So if you've a mind to sail that sea, now's your chance. Just think of all the new experiences you could have.
Tell me, have you been to the ruins beneath the waters of the Bounty? As the bearer of Azem's crystal, you may consider your duty to see at least that much.
Oh, I know that look. That's an adventurer ready to take on the world.
No, it's just me hiding my tears. Oh, God, ugh.
In anticipation of an occasion like this, I was planning to gift you a new set of traveling clothes, but
Easy.
it's still a work in progress. Shouldn't take much longer now, though, so sit tight and I'll have the last few bits sewn up before you can finish another cup of tea.
Girl is so pretty. Thank you so much. She's my baby. kind of wondering where they're gonna take this next X-Pack to
Stitch in
go.
here and trim in there. Knot the threads with love and care. Just a little more to go. I'm sure you're still brimming with excitement.
So we're just sitting there watching her, like, basically mend our new clothes? Okay.
I am one with the needle. See how the fabric surrenders to my whims.
That is the creepiest Christmas decoration elf I've ever seen. You be nice to Tataru!
Don't worry. I'll make sure the lining has plenty of pockets for all your little treasures.
She's been through so
I
much
swear
shit since the
adventurers are
beginning.
worse than children when it comes to hoarding every feather and leaf and animal hide they come across. Oh, we mustn't forget the waterproofing. Gods forbid you forget to disrobe before plunging into the sea, or a river, or a piping hot bath.
Oh my god. She goes snins. Oh, I was gonna ask, is the volume okay for you guys? Is the game too loud? Am I too loud? Should have probably asked that at the start, but... Oh. Everything sounds good. Doesn't justify it being a creepy hellspawn. Okay, listen, she's an outlier from the Lalafell. I know in like the previous expansion, some of the Lalafells have been fucking dickheads. Oh. Whomst. I want to look like that guy. Blob of red and black glitter smoke equals gender envy. Sometimes you just want to be the amalgamation of all that's darkness.
Ah, you're awake.
Is that so wrong? No.
My apologies. I do get a little carried away with my sewing. You seem awfully cheerful. Pleasant dream? Or are you just looking forward to the next chapter of your grand saga? Either way, I promise to provide you with new apparel, and so I shall. If you'll accompany me to the Diamond Forge, we can put the finishing touches on your outfit. Shall we?
What is the new X-Pac outfit? Give it to me! I'm kind of sad we didn't get anything for Endwalker. Shadowbringer she gave us is like full decked out, edgy, Elder Ring looking like shit. And I was just like, okay, it's impressive, but it's not my tastes. I'm curious, is there like any delay at all, by any chance? So, okay. Ah, okay, I figured as much, okay. Ooh, my gosh. I'm not wearing that. I'm so sorry. a nice outfit, probably for one of my other outs, but definitely not for Hisa. Put it on once to be nice. Okay. Oh, they give you jewelry too? Oh, sick. I'll wear those. Absolutely. I like the jewelry. Nah, I'm good. Oh yeah, it's the little lore book. Oy, sorry I'm yawning so much. Kinda woke up late. Though publicly known as the organization's receptionist, Atari also serves as the science coinkeeper, a role she executes with an enthusiastic cunning that borders on the terrifying. Born to Uldon merchants, the young Tataru had everything a Lalafell could ask for, until her family lost it all to bankruptcy. Plagued by debt and still smarting from this abrupt introduction to the harsh realities of the Sultanate, she apprenticed herself to a lapidary at the age of 12, and henceforth supported the household with her meager earnings. It was during this period that she met Minfilia, a miner come to sell gems and ore, who would later recruit Tataru to oversee the Path of the Twelve's finances. Tataru, when we return, resolved to use her newfound position not only to accrue personal wealth, but also to serve others. Indeed, when the Path of 12 relocated to the Waking Sands and her role was expanded to include secretarial duties, she used her considerable social acumen to build relationships and increase its influence. As the organization slowly but surely grew into an association of like-minded and gifted souls, she was instrumental in seeking out potential members blessed with the Echo. After the 7th Umbral Calamity, when the Path of the 12 merged with the Circle of Knowing to form the Science of the 7th Dawn, Tataru continued her tenure as secretary and coinkeeper combined. When the political situation in Ulda threw the Science for their headquarters for a time, yawn! She journeyed with Alphino and the warrior flight to Ishgard, that they might be there to regroup and rebuild the organization. Later, she accompanied a contingent of Scions to the Far East, where she established ties with the East Aldenar trading company's Kugane branch in order to fund local anti-imperial resistance efforts, one of her many laudable ventures on the Scion's behalf. Privately, Tataru has long regretted her inability to assist her comrades in martial endeavors. I don't know if I pronounced it right, and thus sought to train as an arcanist. Alas, these efforts were met with misfortune, including the escape of her carbuncle and companion. So she has since resolved to provide financial support through trades such as mining and weaving. In doing so, she has become something of a master artisan, going so far as to establish her own boutique in Old Charlian. Yet she always manages to find the time to fashion new outfits for her silent friends when they stand poised upon the threshold of journeys new. Get this bitch a Red Bull stat. I don't drink Red Bull. I don't drink any of that stuff. It's disgusting. I might as well read this so people who don't have the context of the previous expansions in the story have some sort of idea of what's going on. I'm following hater. I don't drink it. I don't knock people who drink it, but I just don't drink it. This secret society was the product of a merger between the Circle of Knowing, led by Louiso Leveilleur, and the Path of the 12, led by Minfilia Ward, following the 7th Umbral Calamity. Working in concert with the leaders of Eorzea, the Scions strove to address the myriad problems that plagued the realm, be it the godlike primals, the imperialistic Garleans, or the scheming Ascians. Beings who have long shaped history from the shadows. As a means to achieve its objectives, society secret society, sought out those blessed with the echo, mysterious power with myriad manifestations, the most notable of which was the ability to walk in the memories of others. It was for this reason they extended an invitation to the Warrior of Light. So, like, as a little like aside, the echo kind of manifests in different ways. Like it says here, like your character is able to see the past of locations if it triggers. One of the other scions, Cryo, she's the other potato. She's able to understand any language, even if she's never heard it before. And I forget the other versions, but there's a multitude. On the account of their contributions in dealing with several primals in the 14th Imperial Legion, the Scions' existence became public knowledge. Utilizing their newfound reputation, Alphino Levier founded the Crystal Braves, a military organization intended to pave the way for a unified Eorzea. However, the Society's activities had made it the target of a monetarist faction of Ul'dah, and an elaborate betrayal by Alphino's presumed allies resulted in the Scions being framed for the Sultana's assassination. Though branded fugitives and scattered for a time, they eventually learned of a plot within a plot and saw the monarch put into a deep slumber rather than slain, and succeeded in clearing their names. Their honor restored, the Scions went on to become key players in the liberation of Alamigo and Doma from Imperial rule, and after helping to avert the final days, they judged their mission fulfilled. So it was that they announced their disbandment, at least outwardly, and retreated from plain sight to labor in secret once more. That's actually a really nice simplification of like the arc that they just finished with the Endwalker. Final days, this dreadful calamity befell the star in the distant past when it was known as Atheris. I thought they still called it Atheris though. I don't know, kind of like that name for the planet. Instead of something stupid like Earth. In that shining age, men had the power to manifest anything at will, even living beings, and through this miraculous creation magic, their civilization thrived. One day, however, following a kneeing sound from the land, their magics ran rampant, giving form to eldritch horrors born of fear and despair. Their blissful lives became a waking nightmare, and mankind was driven to the brink of extinction. The Convocation of 14, the people's chosen representatives, observed that the phenomenon manifested where the celestial currents, the star's outermost flow of aether, had grown weak and stagnant. In order to address this deficiency, they summoned forth the mighty Zodiac to exert control over the laws of creation. Through this act demanded a high price, the sacrifice of half of mankind's remaining number. The vast majority willingly rendered up their lives, and thus were the final days forestalled. Over the intervening millennia, the star-encompassing calamity had faded from memory, but faced with its second coming as engineered by the Telophoroi, the Scions of the Seventh Dawn embarked upon a desperate quest for the truth. At length, they discovered that an ancient man named Hermes had created Meteon, a being capable of traversing the great expanse to ascertain the meaning of life by seeking out other civilizations in the universe. Alas, Meteon and her sisters found naught but despair, driving them to conclude life was suffering and death the sole mercy. In other words, nihilism is the salvation of everything, kids. Fleeing to the edge of the existence, they became the Endsinger and proceeded to unleash the power of Dynamis, an esoteric energy set in motion by feelings to usher all stars to their doom, that life need not continue in vain. Despite seemingly insurmountable odds, the Scions held fast to hope, and amidst darkest despair lit the way for their champion as they confronted the Endsinger at her nest. And at the end of a fierce battle, they emerged triumphant and put an end to the final days once and for all. And there you have it. You had your little 3 to 4 minute summary of like what's happened so far. I feel so informed. Well, now you don't have to play like the first 4 or 5 expansions, see? Speedrun, hell yeah. Oh god, so many people. I think I'm just gonna like read what they say when they're not being voice acted, if that's okay with you guys. As the former receptionist and sometimes intelligence gatherer of the Scions, allow me to offer you a word of advice. Do not expect juicy rumors to simply fall into your lap. A Adventurers rely on gossip, and the best places to pick up information are taverns and markets. At present, you only have a broad destination in mind. When you arrive at Thavnir, I suggest you explore your options at the finest drinking establishment in Razathan. I hate the burbs in Elden Ring, gosh darn much. Charm the employees, and they'll not only point you in the direction of the local tale-tellers, but also share with you the tricks for loosening their tongues. It's okay, but you have to voice act. I can't voice act. Now I really must be getting back to running my boutique. Enjoy the journey, Hisa, and may fair fortune find you. I like how she's just like, oh, you have to like be incognito, and it's like, ma'am, I'm kind of the savior of like the planet. I think everyone's gonna know who I look like. Unless I wear a mask or something. Fucking love Rotted Hands theme. Do a little jig in my head every time. Oh yeah, I forgot what I was saying. Reason I haven't streamed lately is because I obviously work, and I actually recently finally submitted my application for a UK visa. Right now, I'm just waiting for that to come back to me. I had to mail out my passport, do like a biometrics thing, where they took my fingerprints and everything. So it's just been like a... It's been like a wait. It's gonna be a wait. Damn, this song slaps. Oh, I should share with you the soundtrack for this whole game, my friend. Ruins beneath the bounty. Would you be speaking of the sunken treasure vault? We have one regular, a historian, in fact, who could tell you about it. Oh fuck, dancers. Ah, there he is, Professor Jaheen. Oh, okay, don't let me say shit. Though a somewhat private sort, the professor is quick to befriend those who share his fondness for the Mayhuane's unique beverages. Offer him any drink from our selection, and he should happily share everything he knows about the vault you seek, and a few other odd bits besides. Can I buy you a drink? Whatever you buy for him is on the house, by the way. I here found out I took coin from Thavnir Savior, she would have me scrubbing pots for a week. So can I not just like walk up to this guy and be like, listen, I am the warrior of light, you will tell me everything that you know, lest you be held accountable for some shit. Owned and run by the eponymous Mehrade. This Mayhane offers light meals and beverages, the main draw being its myriad varieties of liquor distilled by local alchemists. Foreign visitors are often entranced by the stage performers, whose movements incorporate elements of traditional Thavnirian dance. Oh, right. Oh, do I not have to buy something? Okay, fuck. Oh shit, I said I was gonna wear the outfit, wasn't I? I'll do it later. Oh, okay. Sips you a margarita. What may I do for you, my Eorzean friend? You want a marg? I want a marg. Well, I certainly wouldn't say no to a drink freely offered. I can't do it. I can't do it. Here we are, one of Mayfreed's finest. Enjoy. Ah, lovely. Bottoms up. Taheen empties the cup in a single pull. My man. That was very kind of you, miss, but I know when I'm being softened up. What is it that you want from me? I'll take a Virgin Cuba Libre. Oh ho, chasing down that old tale, are you? It does seem to appeal to the adventurous at heart. Now, where to begin? Might I assume you've heard of Adsdal? He was Khan of the Uri tribe which sailed to Thavnir from the mainland, a key figure in the history of Rats at Hand. Ooh! And can you make it diet? No. His decision to aid the Akasadora is what ultimately won them the war against the Gasadjura, thus allowing her predecessors to lay the foundation for this thriving city-state. A truly fascinating story is, however, concerned his grandson, Asdal III, who was known for his deeds as satrap in the Rats at Hand's earlier days. Some attest that this man traveled to another world entirely and returned with glittering riches, while others that he brokered an alliance with a certain worm of the first brood. Then there is a tale of the sunken vault, the one that you seem most curious about. According to legend, Asdal III claimed a small island somewhere in the near somewhere in the middle of the bounty. There he built a structure reaching clear to the bottom of the sea, a deep and secret storehouse that locked all his worldly wealth within. A century since, whenever a natural disaster or hardship befell Rats at Hand, folks would remember the tale of hidden treasure. Hardy souls would set out to claim their fortune, but precious few ever made it home. So this is basically Uncharted. Would you like to hear more? Apologies, I have a slight tickle in. Oh my! My cup appears to be empty. Fuck it, another round. Ah, I see we've reached an understanding. You're a sharp one, adventurer. Another for the professor. Oh ho ho ho, today was a splendid day to visit the Mayhane. Jaheen gulps down his news drink with gusto. Where were we? Yes, those who did return from seeking the treasure vault flatly refused to speak of what they saw. Did this discourage others? Nay, quite the opposite. Such accounts only served to free the legend, and the golden lure grew stronger than ever before. It reminds me of something Azhama was saying. Ahasmaz, a fellow connoisseur of spirituous tables. Yes, he is. Anyway, he's seeing that one of his acquaintances went after the treasure himself. Hasn't been seen since he set sail, I hear, but he did have. No, I can't say no more. You seem a generous sort. What kind of man would I be to encourage what is clearly a foolhardy quest? If my word sent you to your death, I could never live with myself. Please. I am no stranger to peril. Is that so? Perhaps it's your turn to tell a tale then. What manner of dangers have you faced? The very embodiment of despair and depression itself. In the form of a very cute little bird girl. The very edge of existence. From one else, I struggled to leave it, but I recognize you now. You're the hero of the final days. A drink. I need another drink to settle my nerves. Mihail! More of the same, if you please. As you wish, but this one is on your coin, Professor. Chug, 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 chug. Jaheen drains yet another cup dry. I don't know what you're so concerned about. Anyway, you being who you are, I suppose it wouldn't hurt to share a little more. This friend of Ashma's, he was desperate via a treasure map, one which showed the way to entrance of the vault. Seems he can only get it from some merchant. What's his name? Bah, I forget. Let us drink a toast to you, my new best friend. Heal! More drinks! Now let's keep going, keep going. Be right with you. Your drink, sir. Ah, marvelous! I am parched! Jaheen throws back yet another cup. Me and my 25th birthday. Were we talking about Asma? You wanted to wear Asma is? Or this time he order often at the Issue Plus. Yeah, I've learned some useful information regarding the undersea vault. If Jaheen were more coherent, however, he'd have more details to share. Nah, he's fine. He's good. Mans wants to get fancy faded. Who am I to not let him? Can't believe we got an old man drunk. Ship landing. Cool. Everyone is just crowding that poor dude's table. Hey, look! Just think of all the free drinks he's getting, though. So true! It's his fault for being easily bought with drinks anyways. Oh, not here. Oh! Okay. Oh, nice. Oops. Okay. Sorry. These little things are called vistas. When you like do the whole lookout action, you're able to have them as like paintings in your house if you own one, or your apartment. Oh fuck. Okay. There you go. Oh fuck, there's another one. Is this a puzzle? Hold up. Let me on the thing. Nope. Okay. Whatever. Yes, I am Asma. And who might you be? So your house is nice as Will Smithfish. I can show you my house. I have one. All true, I'm afraid. My friend took a ship out in search of Asdal's legacy, and I've been waiting for his tales ever since. I tried to dissuade him, of course, but he refused to listen. All he could talk about was finding that vault. And that look in his eyes. I knew it wasn't common gold or jewels he lusted after. He was hunting Asdal's the third's otherworldly hoard, and his ambition would not be denied. I see it in you too, that appetite for the mysterious and the unknown. While I'll not attempt to turn you from your path, I know too well the futility of that endeavor. So I will tell you what my friend told me, how he convinced a merchant in the bazaar to give him the rough location of the vault's entrance. It seems this merchant, one Shao, I believe, is selling a map which shows the exact route, but my friend's purse was too light for its exorbitant price. With what meager wealth he had, he instead paid to learn that there are ruins on a small island somewhere in the bounty, and within those ruins hides the path to the vault deep below. If you truly intend on seeking Asdal's treasure, I suggest put your affairs in order. I wish things were different, but I do not believe my friend is ever coming home. I mean, rip to your friend, but I'm built different.
Please, Ashal, please! You must let me have that treasure map!
Okay.
What's all this about?
My mother and father were slaughtered by monsters. My baby sister, still too young to fend for herself. Can you spare us no kindness?
Oh man, I can't wait for the graphic update.
So, you hope to find your fortune? And what? You expect me to surrender my wares for pity's sake? What have you to offer in payment? As I thought. Come back when you've more than rags to your name.
Ow.
This is no mere treasure map. It is a guide to the vaults of Arzadal III.
Azadal.
One of the great satraps of Radzat Han, and a direct descendant of Alzadal Khan.
A map to Alzadal's legacy?
So he says. A fake, I'd wager.
Yes!
This is no fake. The parchment is marked with an arcane glyph of passage. You may find the ruins hidden in the bounty, but you won't be setting foot inside without this in your possession.
So why haven't you tried going for it?
A priceless artifact it is, discovered amongst the rubble in the aftermath of the final days, and lovingly restored by yours truly. This map is the key to fabulous riches, and I'll be the king of fools to simply give it away. Be glad I am no such king, boy. Your scrawny-eyed had never returned with that treasure alive.
Goddamn colonizers.
Oh, cruel fate! Why must you tempt me with wealth I am powerless to claim? How I shall envy the one who purchases that precious map!
Oh, wait a
Whatever they pay
minute.
will be but pittance against the
Oh.
golden hoards they stand to uncover.
This motherfucker. Sinian!
What of you, sir? Fighting man of your stature would surely relish the challenge of recovering Alzadal's lost fortune.
A fortune, you say?
If I had but the strength to seize that treasure, my starving sister would never want for food.
That is not the voice I picture coming from that twink. He's not a twink, Z. He's not a twink. He's the former Azurjuru. Bleh. Twunk.
I'll take it. Will this cover the price?
Estinian. Former Azure Dragoon from Heaven's Ward. got possessed by Nidhogg, the dragon. Dude's like the Shadow the Hedgehog of the game. Kind of.
Well met, my friend.
He is good though, he's good. I like his development throughout the game.
Someone is dressed for adventure.
I'm still wearing the same shit I was before.
Why Favner of all places? Knowing you, I suspect there's more to your plans than sightseeing and shopping.
Did they change his voice actor? Hold on a minute.
Ruins beneath the bounty. Curious. And here I've acquired a map to just such a site.
Or is this like voice actor no longer putting on the whole like gruffness of it?
With that sale, I do believe I've earned the rest of the day off. Thank you for your patronage, sir, but if you'll excuse me.
You needn't mind us.
And now I fleece one of the heroes of the final days. Pray the sisters were looking elsewhere.
Ah, I'm good.
This map may or may not be genuine. Either way, we'll need a ship to find out for sure. Lest you misunderstand, I seek the treasure not for myself. If such a fortune truly exists, then it could help ease the struggles of those who lost their loved ones in the final days.
This is why a majority of the fan base loves your ass, dude. Oh, such a good guy.
I hope to do for Thavnir what you and Alphino did for the Alamegans when you recovered the Mad King's trove.
Oh.
Come now. You know Alphino needs little encouragement when it comes to recounting the tales of your shared exploits.
He's such a big bro.
Speaking of precocious lads, that boy in the bazaar was clearly an accomplice of the merchant. Suppose his role was to draw the attention of the crowd and add weight to the merchant's bold claims. Transparent act for the most part. It was not all mummery. The need to provide for his sister rang true enough. Thus, if some portion of the profits end up in that waif's pockets, then I will consider it money well spent, whether the map leads us to the vault or not. You are coming along, yes?
Hell yeah. Shall we split the expenses?
I thought as much. Now, let's see about securing a vessel.
Oh, don't you be thinking. Justinian has been added to the Unending Codex. Where is that actually? Oh wait, I think it's in here. Istinian Varlinel. So they finally dropped his former last name. Huh. One of Ishgard's most capable knights, Estinian called Wormblood by many, once led his order as the renowned Azure Dragoon. Estinian's origins are humble, having been born to a family of shepherders in the eastern highlands of Corthus. However, the course of his pastoral life was forever changed when his village of Ferndale was razed by the great worm Nidhogg, an attack which claimed the lives of his parents and his brother. Bereft of home and family, the orphan of 12 summers was taken in by Albernic, then holder of the title of Azure Dragoon. The two proceeded to forge a complicated relationship, a martial instructor, an adoptive father, and a flawed knight, one who failed to protect his family. To the young Estinian, Alberic was all these things and more. When his training was complete, Estinian joined the Temple Knights, so focused was he on the fight against the Dravanian horde that he scarcely remembered the names of his companions. His sole friendship was with Amaric de Boreal, a knight of similar age who shared Estinian's passion for the cause. Estinian's proudness saw him rise through the ranks, first becoming a dragoon, and later inheriting the title of Azure Dragoon once held by his foster father. Like all Azure Dragoons, Estinian will carry with him the Eye of Nidhogg, a relic torn from the ward's head over 1,000 years ago. Though the Eye conferred power to the bearer, it rendered them vulnerable to Nidhogg's influence, and his undying hatred threatened to consume Estinian's very soul. Only through constant vigilance and strength of will did Estinian maintain a grip on his sanity, though there were occasions where he came perilously close to succumbing to Nidhogg's rancor. In the midst of the Dragonstone War, Estinian offered to accompany the Warrior of Light and Alphino Levier in their quest to convince the Javanians to renounce their 1,000-year campaign of vengeance, though he did not believe they would succeed. Estinian nevertheless agreed to eschew violence, unless circumstances forced his hand. They were later joined by Yazael, leader of the heretics, who simply believed peace an unlikely prospect, but one still worth pursuing in earnest. Estinian traveled with others to the Training Mists, where they sought an alliance with Hraesvolger, brother of Nidhogg. From the Great Worm they learned the truth of the Dragonstone War, that it was King Thordan of ancient Ishgard who first drew blood when he and his knights murdered the Great Worm Radiheskr, and subsequently devoured her eyes so that they ate her so that they might claim her power for themselves. Yet, in spite of this truth, the fact remained that Nidhogg was intent upon the destruction of Ishgard, and that if he could not be persuaded to yield, they had but one recourse. In the end, the Azure Dragoon succeeded in hunting down and slaying his arch-enemy, presumably ending the 1,000-year war. Upon return to the capital, Estinian and his companions discovered that Archbishop Thordan VI had plotted to wield the power of a primal to transform himself into an eternal god king and bless the world with his twisted idea of harmony. They pursued the Archbishop to Azizla, where they put an end to his machinations once and for all. However, in the wake of the battle, Estinian succumbed to all-consuming hatred within Nidhogg's two eyes, transforming into a vessel for the Worm's Shade that would marshal his forces for a final assault on Ishgard. Following his defeat on the Steps of Faith, Estinian regained partial control and urged Alphino and the Warrior of Light to kill him, but instead the two tore the eyes from his body, casting out Nidhogg's shade and saving the dragoon's life. With his homeland entering the Age of Peace, Estinian renounced his title of Azure Dragoon and set off on a journey of his own. Even during these wanderings, though, he stayed abreast of the science activities and participated in both the liberation of Alamigo and sabotage efforts within Garlemald. In time, he gave in to the relentless solicitations of Tataru and Kryol, officially becoming a scion and working tirelessly with his comrades to deliver the world from the calamity he knows in the final days. Following his long journey from arch-nemesis of dragons to their friend and brother, Estinian renamed his lance Nidhogg after his fallen foe. Though he is a lone wolf at heart, he travels more often with others than before, such as to the Isle of Thavnir, where he has forged a new friendship with Vitra, another of the First Brood. Yeah, he's great. Love him. You will recall I spoke of visiting Thavnir at Vitra's request. Well, he finally invited me to a feast, and made his proposal once I was too full of fiendish delights to refuse. He wishes me to trade at the Radiant Host in Landsworth. But that is a tale for another time. What we need now is a merchant or a trawler with a ship fit for the open seas. Can't we just ask him Richard to just like fly us to that island though? Matsuya is a fisherman by trade, yes. We should head to Akali and see if he can help us. Could also just ask the dragon to like fly us there, but that's closer. He's busy. Is he? He probably is. He has to probably like go over the reconstruction of Rat's hand since it got fucked over by the final days. Matsuya, my friends, what brings you to our humble village? So you need a seaworthy vessel to seek these ruins. Considering it was your deeds which allowed us to return to fishing, I should think everyone would be glad for a chance to repay the favor. This song is so close to home for Undertale. It's a really cute song. I think its title is Close to Home or something. Wait here, and I will have a boat stocked and ready for you in no time at all. Oh man, where's some chocolate? Get some chocolate. God, I've been craving like Japanese peanuts for so bad this past week, and I ordered some and they're not coming in until tomorrow. Have you noticed our little shadow? He's been following us since we left the city. We see you there, boy. Show yourself. Ah, it is you. Do you know how far out of our way we walked so that you would not cross paths with some wild beast? I'm sorry, sir, but aren't you the ones who saved Fafnir? You are. I know you are. And I've gone and cheated you. Worked with Zashal. You see, the map merchant. It's my job to play the pill-eating orphan and convince the crowd his wares are worth the price he asks. I'm ashamed of what I've done and beg for your forgiveness. If not for you, my sister and I would have never have. Well, we'd be... Enough. I know your game, and I played the pice willingly. An unfortunate purchase as it turns out. For my friend here was seeking those very ruins. You are kind to overlook the wrong I have done you. But there is more you need to know. The map you bought is very real, as is the island it shows. I overheard Jajal selling the information to another customer. He told the man where he needed to search, about the ruins, about the vault, about everything. Then the man sailed out to find his fortune, never to return. You cannot go alone to that place. You should have more friends with you, maybe even a whole army. I do not doubt that the ruins hold danger, but I assure you, between the two of us, there is little we cannot overcome. Please, I cannot bear the thought of... You've gone and made him cry. I did not. That was not my intention. Very well. Assuming we have to find this treasure hoard, it may prove wise to have more hands along for the carrying. Any ideas on whom to approach? The Scions have scattered far and wide since our last gathering. Oh shoot! I can. I'm gonna go with the kids. I miss the kids. Alphano and Alize. Little Lord Alphano and his sister. Were they not bound for Garlemald? They have far more important matters to attend to than delving for trinkets. But he would okay, fine. I know Mommy Yushul is too busy researching. It's gonna be Thancred and Urianger. The male wives. Thancred and Urianger, eh? Those two would answer our call certainly, but they left the Rising Stones with a definite task in mind. And I am loath to interrupt the self-appointed mission. Oh, the who? Grahatia and Cryo. Aye, Cryo may have her hands full rebuilding the students, but if you reach out to Graha, he would surely leap at the invitation. Would that set your mind at ease? Yes. If that man is as strong as you. Is he though? Strong, I mean? He's a cute cat boy, I think he is. What is your name, boy? Mehran, sir. Well, Mehran, your life is yours to live as you will, but I suggest you find a more honest trade if you truly wish to keep your sister safe. I'm not proud of what I do. But what choice do I have? We need to eat, and everyone's too busy rebuilding their own lives to bother with two grubby orphans. Wait, boy. I didn't take this roundabout road just to see you end up in some creature's belly. Let me walk you back to the city gates. Thank you, sir. Call me Estinian. You such a... Okay, alright, buddy. Tries to pass off as a hard ass, but he has like a heart of gold. Whatever. I shall leave you to recruit Graha. You'll appreciate the invitation that much more, I'm sure. As I recall, he was based at the Annex. Someone there ought to be able to point you in the right direction. I know where it is. Let us be off too, my friend. Do me a favor, don't stray from the path. Yeet. Can't see shit. Raha. Yes, he's in the main hall with Mr. Kyle. They've been holed up in there for days. By all means, go and give them an excuse to take a break. Open up, bitch!
Ah, Ojika, my good man. Would you be so kind as to...
Hey, buddy.
Oh, isn't this a pleasant surprise?
I wish you had sent word ahead. I thought I was having visions for a moment there.
Slow and steady. Raha and I have been compiling old records of the students' activities. We located several accounts in the archives of Numenon and added them to the collection we recovered from the Isle of Vow.
And judging by the progress we've made thus far, sorting this pile will keep us occupied for days to come. But what brings you to the Annex, my friend? Surely you haven't come all this way just to watch us shuffle dusty papers around? The treasure vault of Alzadal III.
And you're looking for companions to join you on this expedition. I would dearly love to accompany you, of course, but I'm afraid I'm committed to another task. On the subject of which I had hoped to ask for your assistance.
Oh. Oh no. Oh! Yes! Yes!
Then again, it's not so urgent that it can't wait until you've returned.
He's so cute.
You should go, Raha. I'll stay here and mind the shop, as it were.
See, it's because he's like a super he's like a little bit of a fanboy of yours.
Are you sure? I'd hate to leave you short-handed.
Please, please.
I'm sure. Just try to be back before too many moons have passed.
He's so good. Yeah, baby boy, baby.
Well, I guess we're off on another adventure already.
It's cause he's been wanting to go like on an adventure with you for so fucking long. It was like one of his dreams in Shadowbringers. So like the chance that he's finally getting his little chance. Oh, gross. He was just trying to contain his excitement.
Have you asked anyone else to come along? Then might I suggest we invite your Stola?
Really? Oh, wait.
Ever
no,
since the Scions disbanded, she's spent most of her time cloistered within the Great Google Library, hoping to piece together a method to traverse the rift. It would seem, however, that whatever wisdom she sought there was not to be found. She arrived in Charlian the other day. We spoke briefly before she began her search of Numenon. Considering what you've told us of Alzadal's extraordinary feats, I do believe your Stola would be more than interested to hear what you have to say. Splendid! Then let us head to the archives at once.
Wait, before you go. I have another potential member to volunteer, if you've room to spare. Urianger.
Oh, Z, you're gonna love this guy.
He sent the students a request for materials, you see. Treatises on the architecture of treasure vaults and the like. From what I can gather, the Loporrits are looking to make improvements to their own creation and wish to learn more about how we build things down here. So, why not take Urianger with you? Let him study Alzadal's legacy firsthand.
None can deny the benefit of seeing something with your own eyes. If our expedition leader has no objections, I say we extend Urianger an invitation once we've spoken with your Stola.
Safe travels, you two. But don't forget, I'd still like your help with that other matter I mentioned.
Right. Then it's off to the library.
All right. is she? Oh. Mommy!
I've never known Y'shtola to doze off in the middle of research before.
Spit your Red Bull sack. Aw, we let her sleep. Okay.
Close my eyes for one moment.
Hey.
Ow! How long have you two been here?
A while. Just yeah, I'm not lying to her.
Nor did I want to fall asleep. I must have been studying for 2-3 days straight before exhaustion finally claimed me.
Jesus Christ.
As you know, I've been researching
Oh,
ways
gosh.
to travel from the source to one of its reflections. Well, looking for hints at least. I don't expect to find a simple set of instructions tucked away in some dark corner of the library. So I've been skimming through the stacks, hoping to uncover even a partial mention of any similar feats in the past. A means to travel between worlds exists, and you can be sure I will find a way to employ it.
She wants to get back to Norvrent so bad.
So I promised Runar. But 'twould seem I've set myself a nigh impossible task.
You needn't be so hard on yourself.
Yeah, dude, it's only been like what, like a couple of months?
The leap I made with the Crystal Tower was not achieved in an afternoon. It was the culmination of a collective effort spanning generations.
Oh, you think me discouraged? I assure you, 'tis quite the opposite. A daunting challenge and the time to sink my teeth into it. I feel like a fresh-faced student again.
A scholar in her element.
Indeed. Was there something else you wish to ask of me? Al-Zadal is no minor figure in Harnish history, and much is known about his family. But this is the first I've heard of a descendant surviving a trip to another world. If those tales are true, then he may have left behind some clue as to how it was accomplished.
Okay, but like, we don't have confirmation that this actually happened.
An invitation to delve into one of the world's lingering mysteries. As if I could refuse. And whence do we embark upon this expedition?
Akyali, by ship. But before that, we thought to extend an invitation to Urianger as well. He was in Thalmazane, last we heard.
Then by all means, let us recruit him and be on our way.
You just left the books behind. You didn't put them back. That's rude. Really quick. Oh wait, no. Actually, I wasn't right after all. Is that the same? Oh, right. What am I doing? Wrong button. Oops. I love this man for one reason.
Ah, our illustrious champion. Cloaked in the mantle of the common explorer, fame set aside in thy pursuit of simple adventure.
He speaks
I am
funny.
told a new expedition is in the offing.
Offing.
And thee. As ever, thou art the picture of strength.
You've been keeping yourself busy, I trust?
True to our plan, Thancred and I embarked upon a pilgrimage of sorts, with an eye for gauging the state of those lands through which we passed. Our travels were interrupted, however, by a request for aid from our befurred lunar allies. As you may recall, the Loperids had been seeking new purpose for the moon, another role through which it might serve to benefit mankind. The Forum hath been working to advise them in this endeavor, but I return to offer mine own counsel.
And this has what to do with treasure vaults, exactly?
Ah, you have learned of my predicament from Mistress Kryl. I know not whence they acquired such knowledge, but the Loperids now stand convinced that adventurers delight in treasure hunts.
I mean, is that wrong?
Thus, with their newly built wonderland of riches and mystery, do they hope to entice all manner of daring delvers to the moon. So earnest and innocent was their desire to bring joy to the world that I found myself powerless to refuse them my cooperation.
You don't say no
But
to
what
the
of you,
Loperates.
my friends? Why are you come to Labyrinthos?
You ever see no to the living way, I'll kill you.
Fascinating. This is indeed a most fortuitous opportunity. I should be honored to accept thine invitation. How long hath it been, I wonder, when last our actions were not impelled by fate or desperation?
Aye. Though I cherish the Scion's accomplishments, 'tis pleasant to not have the weight of the world upon our shoulders for a change.
Shoulders.
Counting Istinian, we number 5 now, yes? Without knowing what traps or perils await unwary feet, we may be wise to refrain from recruiting others.
Raha's like, no more invites. I want to go now.
I agree. Between us, we should have the skills to handle whatever situation may arise. Shall we be on our way?
What, no time to spare a word for the grizzled old bard?
All is well, I trust?
A wasted trip, I'm afraid. I'd hoped to catch up with a former mentor while you parleyed with the rabbits, but it seems our paths were not to cross. That's because we didn't travel by experimental aetherite. It's astounding what a lack of nausea does for one's sense of well-being. In any case, as we made our way around Ilzabard, we saw that much of the continent was in various stages of chaos. A certain amount of disorder is to be expected. The final days are over, and the people no longer have a common threat binding them together.
Yeah, not to mention Garlemald's like a thing of the past. Literally.
That's the thing with these fledgling troubles, eh? You need to keep an eye out, lest they mature into full-grown headaches. So, for what reason have so many esteemed personages seemed fit to gather? Beneath the waters of the Bounty, you say? I see you've already stolen away my traveling partner with the promise of unexplored ruins and scholarly glory.
Nay, 'tis not for mine own indulgence, but rather the fulfillment of my commitment to the Loperates.
Yeah, Loperates.
Ah, of course. And if you have Estinian rounding out your group, you'll likely have all the members you need.
Feeling left out? I could put in a good word for you, if you like.
No.
We may have been released from our obligations, but I'll never be free of that merciless wit of yours, will I? In all seriousness, 'tis best I sit this one out. Too many former scions consorting with one another might be seen as a cause for concern in certain quarters. I'll return to my usual reconnaissance and scout out the situation in the Far East. Feel free to share if you come across any interesting revelations. Till we meet again.
Shall we also hasten our departure? Sir Estinian will wonder what hath become of us.
Hungry. Chocobos look so weird in this game. Really? I was wearing a peacock. What are you talking about? Money. Shot to death. It was a bad joke. I'm sorry. You should be ashamed of yourself. You apologize to my Chocobo right now. Right now. She's sorry to Setsuna. I'm sorry. Dare you. Azaldal III. I confess I am somewhat embarrassed that the tale of his journey to another world escaped my notice. Could it be more than simple folklore? And what of the treasure he has supposedly brought back? This undersea vault may hold relics from another reflection. My friends, we should temper our expectations. The math doth promise ruins, but beyond that we know not what we will find. Not until we find it, aye. So let us dispense with the conjecture and set sail for the vault. Dungeon time, dungeon time, dungeon time. Cool. Nice. I love these guys, but I'm going in myself. Yeah, with people. Is that it over there? Oh, I just haven't flown over here. Okay. What are these? This is suspicious. Can I choose the color of it? Oh, sick. Okay. Oh. God, I would love to draw your girl sometime. Now that I'm free from missions, maybe I will. Oh, you don't have to, but if you do, I will love you 5 ever. Times 2. Do you have a fave outfit for her? I have a reference of one of them that I use. I'll send you it later after I'm done streaming. You're okay, Raggy. Hell yeah, girl power team. Reaper's Glamour. I think they did the raid. Oh gosh. What the fuck? Oh god. This thing gives me such Crash Bandicoot vibes. That's a big jellyfish. What does that mean? What does that mean? I'm following these people. Oh my god! What does that mean? What does that mean? Ooh. Oh. No, wait, please! Oh. so much happening on the screen, I have so much respect for you for being able to tell what's going on. Only through my sheer panic. You get used to it after a while. You learn the like memory, and then you try as you might avoid shit. I do like going into this stuff super blind though. Glyph passage detected, confirming bearer's identity. We're in the aquatic mine, y'all. I hate that I said that. I do too. It had to be done. It had to be said. Sometimes I wonder how people who like kind of zoom in on their player character are able to play the game, because for me, in order to see everything, I really have to zoom out. I respect those people the most. Can I focus on this? Yes, thank you. Oh, I see what it's doing. It's a portal for like all the fishies on the outside. That's hilarious. Oh fuck, oh fuck. Takes down, texting, takes down, texting, texting. Help! Oh, thank God. Claw Trap as Doll the 14th. That was scary. I have the chat blocked for a reason, but it's really nice to see people be so nice to each other even when stuff like that happens. It's one of the things I do appreciate about this game. Not everyone's a toxic dickhead. god. Ow. Oh. Shit. I'm dead, I'm dead, I'm dead. Okay! Yep. Oh, Aquamarine. I'm fucked here. It's alright, I believe in the Dark Knight and the Reaper. Yeah, they got this. Yeah, they got it. Alright. That was totally poggers, guys. Ooh. I'll pass on that for now. I don't think they showed the new gear they added for this. Oh shit, minerals. flee or be feed for the fish. Yeesh. False wall from Elden Ring. Oh. Capiculu. Capiculu. Yard man. Oh, that's cool. Oh, that's so cool. Nice mechanic. Kill him! Get the Moonlight Greatsword! Everyone's running over here, I'm running over here. Oh! Oh, let me dance! This mechanic is so fucking funny. Bye, Fabric Man. No, bye, Joanne's. Give my command to the healer, as always. This is better than mine. No, it's not, because I already... Ooh, that's so cute! I want that. Can I have it? I think it was gonna want it. Yeah, I think it was gonna want it. Oh, I'm gonna have to run this thing for the healer coat. Finally, Joanne's has fallen. That's a lot of neon colored tape.
What have we here?
'Tis not unlike a Hunnish alchemical furnace in design.
Well, there is one way we might find out.
So are we just gonna ignore the piles of gold?
You mustn't touch it.
Oh.
Vritra! Oh, my apologies. Should I continue calling you Varshan?
You may address me as you wish. My nature is no longer a secret. Still, this is not a setting I imagined for our reunion. Surely you've not entered these ruins as common looters.
Would that we could deny your accusations, but I fear you're not far from the truth.
Great Vritra, might we beseech thee to explain the nature of this strange contrivance?
What secrets are you holding, buddy?
It was crafted by our alchemists at my behest, for the purpose of sealing something away. Perhaps I should simply show you.
What are you talking about? You stop us from opening it, but you're gonna open it anyway, okay. That's a hole. Oh, is that a portal to the 13th?
I have lifted the seal, if only for the moment, by an authority only I possess.
A planar fissure?
No, my friend. Small though it may be, this is a functioning gate into the void.
We're gonna be going to the 13th, this next expansion, aren't we? Ha! I'm gonna BRB really quick. fissure is an incidental tear in the fabric between worlds, whereas a void gate is the product of a deliberate action. I suspect this is the latter, judging by the elaborate mechanism put in place to control it. To think that our search for material riches will lead to this priceless discovery. That swirling emptiness, it puts me in mind of old friends, not to mention old foes. Oh, Crystal Tower series. Oh god. So I'm suspecting the former satrap.
I must admit, I am deathly curious to know how a void gate came to be hidden in the depths of these ruins.
To tell that tale, we must first peer far to the south, and even further into memory. An age 5 millennia passed when the Algan Empire sent an invading force to the shores of Mericidia. The southern people rallied around the commanding figures of Bahamut and Tiamat and fought fiercely to repel the would-be conquerors. With Bahamut's defeat, however, the tide turned against them. Desperate to seize any advantage, the Mercidians resorted to summoning primal entities.
Sophia, Sephiroth, and Zervin.
In response, Emperor Zande forged a covenant with the Cloud of Darkness, sovereign among the all-devouring denizens of the Void. Thus bolstered by icons on one side and Void Scent on the other, the two armies clashed in a battle of unspeakable carnage. So much death, so much loss.
She's scary. It's the Cloud of Darkness. She's a boss
I consider
in
myself well versed
the first
in that
24
period
main
of
raid
history.
series.
Yet, you speak as one who witnessed it happen.
Indeed, I did. I heard Tiamat's roar of defiance and sped toward that war-torn land. Along with my sibling, Ashdaya.
Oh. The fuck have they been doing then?
We dragons are not male or female as men are wont to classify, but elder sister is the closest a mortal tongue can come to describing what she meant to me.
Non-binary dragons confirmed. Let's fucking go.
I was the last of our brood to hatch, and Ashdaya cared for me where my sire could not. Thus, I was with her when Tiamat roared. I was with her when she journeyed south, and I was with her when she fought against the Void-sent hordes. Yet no matter how many of their vile fiends we cast down, more rose from the abyss to take their place. Faced with an unwinnable war of attrition, Ashdaya risked her all on a final gamble. She plunged through the Void Gate itself to strike at the root of their strength.
Oh shit. Okay, so she's in the 13th.
I tried to follow in her wake, determined to lend what aid I could. But even as I came upon Alag's glittering tower, I saw the rift close behind her.
Oh man.
And Ashdaya has been lost to us ever since.
I find I must retract my earlier claim of historical knowledge. Nowhere in the Crystal Tower's archives did I see mention of such noble sacrifice.
That does not surprise me. To Allagan eyes, it must have seemed as if a lone dragon, driven to madness, simply dove through the gate and did not return. For my part, I spent long years searching for the means to reunite with Ashdaya. Until I could search no more. Until Alag was dust. And the art to open a void gate large enough to accommodate a dragon forever lost.
His emo boy hair isn't my favorite, but
Yet
it's okay.
you have the beginnings of a gate right here, under the control of a harnessed device.
It's a void gate, though.
My discovery came before Radzat was founded. Though I scoured the lands for a method to cross the rift, it was beneath the sea that I chanced to find a natural planar fissure.
Oh, okay.
It was, however, far too narrow to admit a worm's bulk. Only after our city rose upon the rock, and I could enlist the aid of our talented alchemists, did matters take a favorable turn.
Okay.
Their dedication was beyond reproach. Tirelessly they worked to expand the fissure, and after decades of toil, it finally grew to a size that a child might pass through.
Oh. So that's why his avatar is a kid.
Not long ago, you told us that you called out to your kin, that Ashdaya's answer was silence. I suspect the conclusion to your tale is not a joyful one.
With hope in my heart, I used the simulacrum to cross the threshold. But no, I did not find her. What I found was a host of voidsent, clamoring around the opening they had sensed. 'Twas but a moment, but enough. I had no choice but to retreat and allow the portal to contract once more.
The gate was a threat to your people. You had to decide between endangering Razathan and abandoning your sister. And you chose the latter.
Man, poor fucking Vitra.
'Twas not that thy siblings scorned thy call. 'Twas that she was trapped beyond a barrier through which neither roar nor dragon may pass. Even now, in the desolate world of the 13th.
I can scarce imagine your pain, yet it was wise not to linger in that place. Too long a sojourn, and even a being of your power risks being warped into a creature of the void. You've seen this phenomenon before, when we stepped into the darkness.
Nope. God damn.
As did I. Were it not for Une and Doga, or Nero for that matter, we might never have made it home. Do you remember what happened to Nero? How his wounds allowed the void's corruption to enter his body and twist his ether?
Yeah, that dude was almost
Had it
done
been
for.
allowed to progress much longer, I presume he would have been fully transformed.
Then there is little hope for Ashdaya.
Ah, no. I hadn't meant to. I speak only of
Graha.
possibilities. The scales of the first brood are extraordinarily resistant to ethereal fluctuations. They are the protective talisman's core components after all, and even the corruption I described would struggle to overcome. Of course. With the warding scale in one's possession, one could conceivably survive a stay in the 13th without being warped by its energies.
So we're totally going to the 13th.
Be that as it may, it is too late to rescue my sister. 5,000 years too late. And now countless others look to me for guidance and protection.
I mean, I could go for you.
So when I sensed intruders in the ruins, I came only to ensure that the gate remained closed. That, and to secure the treasure, of course.
Okay, the gate I understand, but why can't you have like the Why can't you just spread the wealth of, like, the
I wish only to forget the rest.
But you could absolutely use, like, the gold to rebuild Ratzat-Han, so... Okay. So they managed not only to expand the fissure, but also manipulate it as one might a gate. Astonishing. Is there any chance I could learn more of how this feat was accomplished? I will tell you what I can. First, however, I must return to the High Crucible and arrange to replace the guardians you so handedly destroyed. It will not do to leave the gate undefended. My apologies. We were perhaps a touch zealous in our rush to uncover the vault secrets. If the constructs can be repaired, we would be happy to offer our assistance. That will not be necessary. Much as I retain spare vessels for myself, we keep duplicate guardians on hand for such eventualities. In any case, we should return to Ratzat-Han. I don't know if I agree with, like, just keeping gold sitting here for God knows how long and not use it to rebuild your country, but that's just me. I understand his reluctance to research going back to the 13th, though. I promise we will discuss the Void Gate further, but first I must attend to the okay. As your instruments have no doubt informed you that Capiculu has been reduced to so much scrap, please bring a new one out of the storage and see that it is conveyed to its post along with some fewer, lesser constructs. Was it tomb robbers? Fiends bored of this hour of Zot? By the sisters, do not tell me of blasphemy, yet Rome was free. It was me. Listen. Everyone's like, it wasn't me. No, Grog. Yeah. Why such guilty faces? Surely it isn't you who are responsible for this. Oh. Ahem. Well, the details aren't important. I shall see it done immediately. Sorry. And with that, the vault will soon be secure once more. Now I believe you had questions. Quite a few in fact, but I'd like to begin with the gate itself. Is it still functional, yes? Indeed, which is why I saw it sealed within an alchemically forged lock and warded it with my magics. Such power must not fall into the wrong hands. The truth. The primary reason for the vault's construction was to keep the gate hidden from the outside world. So much effort for such a little door. That little door you speak of leads to an abyss teeming with unspeakable horrors. That said, in its current state, it would only admit only the lowest of void sent, and from this side, no man would be able to pass through. No man? I should think Alphino would fit, given a firm enough push. Don't sacrifice your little brother. Physical size is only one consideration. The true restriction hinges upon the etheric density of the soul in transit. And yet you succeeded in expanding this diminutive portal and sending your simulacrum to 13th. Thanks to my brilliant alchemists, I should have destroyed the anomaly when I found it, but instead I bade them devise a means to control it. After much experimentation, they accomplished the impossible. A method was conceived by which magics could manipulate the fissure and transform it into a serviceable gate. But the process has long since been forgotten. Once I had given up searching for Estaja, there was no need to preserve such historic and dangerous knowledge. Thus, the gate had laid dormant for years uncounted. Our own passage to the 13th was made relatively simple thanks to the Crystal Tower. An ancient mechanism channeled the tower's vast source of energy to open a void gate, one bound to a covenant made with the Cloud of Darkness. Once that sovereign entity was beaten back, however, the covenant was broken, and the doorway severed from its connection to the world. Theoretically, it should be possible to reconnect the gate by forging a new pact with another void sent, but such deals usually end in betrayal and death. In any case, we should attempt to gain an understanding of the Bounty Gate. Mayhap you can resume the search for your sister. As I have already explained, I put those futile hopes to rest centuries ago. My place and my duty is here now. Ah, I had meant to ask, what prompted you to search for the vault in the first place? To see if the legends are true. As you have seen, the fabulous wealth from the stories is quite real, if not its rumored origin, but I'm afraid I must assert a prior claim. I've been adding to that trove for years, little by little, but the time has come to spend it. That I might alleviate my people's suffering. Okay, so I'm glad that he's actually gonna use it. I'm glad that it turned out to be a savings account. Then we are of one mind. We had no intention of taking it for ourselves. Isn't that right, my friend? 'Tis true. Your Excellency, would you object if I were to conduct a closer examination of the gate? I will make no attempt to open it, of course. I owe you and yours a debt that can never be repaid. Whatever boon you ask of me, you shall have it. You are most gracious. I shall take full advantage of your permission. Would that I could join thee in thy study, but the law pirates will be anxious to receive my report. I beg my leave of you. And I must be off to Charlian as well. Mr. Skrile was eager to speak with you about their request, so please come back to the annex as soon as you are able. Farewell for now. We can discuss my findings once I return. You will not be rid of me so easily. God. Slicks my hair back. Mommy. I love that white hair cat girl. Your stola is clean. You may now undertake the Chronicles of a New Era quest series, Myths of the Realm. Speak with the fresh-faced student at the Baldessian Annex to accept the first quest. Oh, okay. The difficult part in all this will be deciding how best to put these riches to use. Will you lend me your assistance in these deliberations? Anything to make up for the constructs we broke. Then think of your employment as a recompense. Serve me as guest advisors, and I will consider the broken constructs paid in full. I didn't mean to. Kisa and I are in this together. I will follow her example. elsewhere. Oh, I don't like this. $13. No. Yeah? No. Then you shut up. Yeah? I sensed the breaching of a gate, but it was not instigated from this side. 'Twas thrown open from the other. I too felt it. A rare occurrence, yes, but such a tiny quarrel is beneath our notice. There are more pressing matters at hand. An opportunity is upon us, the coming of which we have awaited for nigh on 10,000 years. We dare not let it slip our grasp. Yet we must not underestimate she who bested the cloud of darkness. Even restrained by a covenant, the cloud was no feeble wisp to be dispersed by some flesh and blood mortal. Bah! Let her come. I will drown the world and watch this fleshling grasp her breath in her final moments. We are so going to the fucking 13th. Holy shit. Your zeal is admirable, but forget not our cause. Think back on our struggles beneath this sunless sky. Remember why we cede not our will to fight. "'Tis time we set the war in motion and win redemption for our star." Oh fuck! Oh. Shall we begin? We are to spend the treasure wisely, then we must first determine which groups would benefit most from our monetary assistance. Certainly not the rich fucking folk, that's for sure. Some of my citizens may find it intimidating to speak with the satrap directly, so I would ask that you act in my stead. Isa, you are to visit Akali in I'm so sorry. Speak with Mattia and his people and listen to their grievances. Justinian, I bid you do the same at Palace Stand. I will be conducting my own inquiries at the Gestalt grounds. Once you believe you have ascertained the needs of the populace, we can reconvene at the Mega Duta. Just re-recorded in the fucking 14th! Do you think this place has a McDonald's? Yeah, they will. McDonald's is everywhere. McDonald's is eternal. You go to the bottom of the sea? McDonald's. You go to the moon in space? McDonald's. Oh, Hisa, I was so glad to see you had returned unharmed. You finished the boat then? Anything the village desperately needs? Well, I suppose Saul's loss hit us the hardest. I've been trying to find buyers for my fish, but although I sell a few here and there, it is so much more difficult than it was before. Everyone's still struggling to rebuild their lives. For now, we're just banding together as best we can. McDonald's, Kentucky Fried Chicken, Burger King. McDonald's, Kentucky Fried Chicken, and the Burger King. How fares the port? Well, it's in shambles, isn't it? The trade routes are open once more now that the danger has passed, certainly. But no small number of merchants have had to shell their ships to make ends meet in the short term. Add to the sailors we lost in the final days, and it's a little wonder the flow of exports is no more than a pitiful trickle. If Casal and his consortium were still with us, I'm sure he'd have found a way to turn our fortunes around. Now that was the man who got things done. God's rest his soul. Yeah, poor guy. Greetings and welcome, traveler. If this is your first visit to Bathmere, then you must try my special Armora Lassie. Its refreshing zest cannot be beat. What could such a wonder cost, you wonder? Normally I part with 3 bottles for a generous price of 19,800 gil, but for you I'm willing to go as low as even 10,000. You'd be practically stealing from me. Still not turning in profit these days. Times are harsh, my friend. The world may no longer be on fire, but we are still cycling through the ashes, so to speak. Sisters spare me, who might as well have that ugly tower back for the scant few travelers we see these days. I myself barely have the coin to buy at local prices, I tell you. If I didn't charge the odd adventurer a small fortune for afternoon tea, I'd be scavenging for scraps in the street. You have spoken with key local figures and gained an understanding of the populace hardships. Marshawn waits your report at the Megaduda. Mega duty. Your back hurting from carrying so much shit. Ah, my advisor's return. I've just made it back myself. Why do you retain this vessel now that your true form is known? You could have flown across the island in a fraction of the time. Be it as that may, the sight of a massive creature descending from the sky can be startling to say the least. And there are a few places I can enter comfortably without risk of flattening some cart or stall. Fair enough. As for my inquiries, the people of Palakistan were unanimous in their reply. They are surviving. Resources were stretched to the limit when refugees were pouring in, but they preserved with some assistance from Yedlimad. I'm trying. From what I understand, they have always been an independent community, hunters and foragers and the like, and I was assured that the jungle provides for their needs, for the most part. Palakistan has weathered the disaster better than most, it seems. I myself heard good news and bad. The quarrymen were cautiously optimistic, having just sold a full wagon of giant scowl to a foreign trader. But such visitors are few and far between. Compared to our best years, the weight of stone leaving Fafnir has been light indeed. Our nation is small and isolated, its prosperity dependent on the steady stream of exports. We must identify any obstacles to the flow of trade so we may begin working to remove them. Tell me, what did you learn in Akali and Yetimed? a dedicated buyer, the average fisherman must struggle to offload his daily catch. Which is why I believe we should first address the lack of ships and shortage of able-bodied sailors in Niflheim. I am reminded of a child that aspired his way back to the place his father lost at sea when the beasts sunk their vessel. So many variations of the same tragic tale repeated over and over. So many lives lost. Enough grief to drown in if we let ourselves be overcome, but we will not. Histinia. Histinian. That's a ship name. I will consider the perspectives you brought me and devise a plan to help my people confront this adversity. Come, I would like you to be in attendance when I announce the proposal to my assembled functionaries. Dragon.
I thank you for your attendance. The riches the Radiant Host have retrieved were hoarded in Al-Zadar's name. A fortune I set aside for a future day of need. And lo, that day hath come. May it aid our wounded city in reclaiming its vibrancy and vigor. In better times, I would leave such a task to our capable Ahawan. God's rest his soul.
He was a fucking real one.
Finding myself bereft of his counsel in the here and now, I will assume the responsibilities of mine office directly. Firstly, the treasure shall be sold for more convenient currency. Thence, invested into the trading port of Yedlamar. Our merchants must have their operations restored, their ships rebuilt. Commerce must flow once more. None were spared the tragedy of the final days. Of this, I am well aware. But an absence was created by the loss of Karzal's consortium. And by filling it, we provide new means for our fishermen, our artisans, and others to bring their wares to distant markets.
And what of the children who were left without family to care for them?
That is a concern which weigheth heavily upon my mind. The simple gift of coin will soon be exhausted, leaving these young souls adrift on the fringes of our society. Nay, a proper solution is needed, one which doth guarantee their welfare for years to come. Thou hast surely seen how other nations rise to meet this challenge, adventurer. What dost thou deem the wisest course?
Taxes, levy them on trade profits in exchange for your investment. Takes a village. Idleshall's orphanage was funded through trade in highly coveted goods. I'd say what Idleshire did. Taxes is gonna make people too resentful of them. Sad as that is.
Of course. We can draw on trading profits to build a new institution. Let us put this idea into practice. A contract shall be written, requiring all who receive of our Zadal's treasure to commit a portion of their future earnings towards the running of an orphanage. Now, such an influential policy is deserving of a worthy name.
Successful merchants. Yeah, my ass.
A fitting candidate. Kalzar should be remembered, not as the blasphemy which terrorized Thavne, but as a hard-working and generous man who brought much wealth to our shores. Do any among you object to this proposition? Many here lost loved ones to the beasts.
In that time of strife, any one of us could have broken. Any one of us may have been taken by despair. When I think of Kalzal, I feel no hatred. Only a stinging regret that we could not save him as well. Isn't that right, men?
Yeah.
This bodes well for that boy. Narad, was it? Perhaps he can cut ties with that shady peddler.
Then let it be done. Henceforth, this initiative shall be known as the Kalzal Foundation. Nabdeen, thou art to assemble a patrol and ensure that no child in this city liveth in squalor. Clerks, see to the management of our funds and make haste. Our citizens must not suffer a day more than is necessary.
Dragon and man, side by side in pursuit of a brighter morrow. Reminded of Ishgard.
Good shit. Thank you for putting forth Kazal's name. Those lives he enriched will take comfort in seeing his legacy honored. You will forgive me for not speaking sooner, but I bear a message from Archon Y'shtola. She asked that you meet her at the High Crucible at your earliest convenience. Understood. Thank you. Y'shtola must have finished her study at the Void Gate. Shall we hear what she has to say then? I will go with you. Satrap would be too busy setting up the foundation. My clerks have been well-oiled cogs of this administration since before Ahewan assumed the office. They understand what needs to be done. and I'm curious to learn what conclusions your Archon has reached concerning the gate's unique construction. As you wish, allow me to lead the way, Your Excellency.
Right, here we all are.
You discovered something new.
I took a closer look at that device. I was able to determine how it keeps the Void Gate sealed, but not how it might instead be employed to expand the opening. For that, I would need to reference the technique developed by Vritra's alchemists, no records of which appear to have survived the intervening years.
We know this, so why have you sent for us? Have you learned aught of value or not?
Patience, good sir. One must introduce the subject before launching into specifics. From what we understand, travel between worlds is accomplished by passing through the nebulous rift which exists between them. Picture, if you will, the moment you were called to the first. You touched a focus of some kind to help the Exarch pinpoint your location. His summoning spell then channeled the energies of the Crystal Tower to begin your journey to his world.
Welcome back, Z.
The magics tore a hole in the wall separating source and shard, and cast you into the intervening nothingness. In that place, the laws of nature hold no sway. Yet even through this realm of temporal and spatial instability, you were borne safely to your destination in the first. The feat that guided you across such an unimaginable distance, both physical and metaphorical, was nothing short of a miracle.
Then what of the many voidsent found in the source? Who guides them here, and how?
An excellent question. Though there are several methods by which the Void's denizens might intrude upon our world, the rituals of summoning are the most typical. For example, let us consider the Gargoyle, a creature of middling power. upon such an entity, the prospective summoner must force open a void gate. The portal lasts but a moment and is relatively small, allowing only an imp or other lesser being to squeeze through with their physical body intact. Our more powerful gargoyle, however, is too large for that. Creating a gate big enough for him would require vast amounts of energy, far beyond the reserves of any one mortal practitioner.
Interesting.
Instead, 'tis far more common to bring over only the entity's soul. We had a taste of that ourselves when a certain exarch dragged us to the first. And just as our bodies remained in our world, the Void Sense physical form is left behind in the 13th. Once at its destination, the summoned soul is granted a temporary shell to inhabit. In the gargoyle's case, a stone effigy has proven a suitable vessel.
Wait. You said that Voidsent must be called here deliberately by someone in the source, reeled in like a fisherman with his catch.
Exactly. For a being to navigate the chaos of the rift, with or without form, there must needs be a guiding agent on the other side.
When the hordes poured forth from Alag's Great Gate, it was the technologists who drew them through. Though to my knowledge, planar fissures are in essence natural passages between our world and the void, which require no such guidance to traverse. Why is only the boundary between the source and the 13th so fragile? So much so that it often tears open of its own accord.
That is true.
I believe solving that mystery is key to understanding travel between the source and its reflections.
And how do you intend to get your answers?
No. The danger is too great.
Perhaps. But what some call danger, others think of as adventure.
Hell yeah.
Were you not listening to my tale? Never mind that the means to expand the gate has been lost to the ages. Even could you force the portal wide enough, you would be greeted by an army of murderous horrors the very instant you step through.
I assure you I was most attentive. And I agree that to go alone would be certain death. But if I were to bring along one who has already braved the 13th and humbled the cloud of darkness, well, I imagine my chances would be much improved.
Absolutely count me in.
I had a feeling you might say that. Once again, I put my life in your ever-reliable hands. That said, as much as I would like to march straight back to the Void Gate, There is the small matter of being unable to open it without the Satrap's personal authority.
Sneaky.
As I've said before, I will grant you and yours any boon you choose to name, provided it does not endanger my people.
You have my word that we will take every precaution. Not a single void scent will be allowed to threaten Radzatan, assuming we manage to expand the portal in the first place.
You have a plan.
Actually, I had hoped you might help us with that. I presume the alchemists you retained supplied you with some explanation of their methodology.
That they did. House Daimir was overseeing the project.
Daimir. Ah, yes. The family associated with the great work.
I did not fully comprehend the theory, but their research began with a void scent which had slipped through the fissure. After a thorough examination, they created an arcane simulacrum possessed of similar qualities. A man-made void scent, if you will. It was apparently indispensable in their efforts to enlarge the gate.
A man-made void scent?
Yes. Being great admirers of the Archons, House Daimir submitted detailed notes to Charlene's official committee. They expected praise and accolades for their simulacrum, and were thus devastated to be informed that their work had been classified as prohibited material.
If that's true, then those notes might still be stored in a forbidden archive somewhere. Not Google, of course, since that library had yet to be built.
I heard that
which
is Google.
leaves us with...
Nope, the Great Google Library. Great Google Library.
Indeed. Numenon's restricted stacks may very well hold a copy. In which case, I say we head directly to Charlene.
Unless you anticipate needing help to reach the high shelves, I see myself being of little use. Go on ahead. I still need to find Mirad and tell him about the Kalzal Foundation.
Let us be on our way as well.
They are resolved to venture into the void. Do I sit idly by?
Come with, come with. I wish that was real. I'd love if these characters said shit like Google it. Yeah, this is a lot of MSQ for like a patch. What is the sound that keeps going off that like charms on? Oh, it's a little like chat I have with people, with friends that play this. Like it's like a group chat in the game. It just lets me know that they're like sending a message in the group chat. Yee. Oh, it's snowing. going the wrong way. I am absolutely going the wrong way. Fly away. Ugh. Hearing that verse always makes you want to cry. Ugh. I apprenticed to Master Matoya at the age of 7 and labored under her tutelage for a full decade. I never had the chance to attend the studio. Neither did Thancred, as I recall. Soon after Master Louis Swall took him off the streets, he was put in the care of another Archon. Now, dry your eyes. Ugh, Flo. He was put in the care of another Archon. He was a rigorous and practical education in the arts of espionage and survival. Sometimes wonder what my life would have been like had I pursued studies here instead. Yeah, Z, there's a reason why I always like talk a lot about this game's like music composition. Soken's a fucking master. Aww. The dank cave I studied in was about as far from the bright airy halls of academia as it was one could get, but it was a wondrous magical childhood nonetheless. Aww, that's so sweet! Oh, that's gonna make me cry. Oh, that's so sweet. It's so funny because her and Master Matoya have like a such cat and mouse relationship, but oh, that was so sweet of her to say. Oh man. Don't cry, Kathy. I'm gonna cry. Oh. Sorry, it's just Endwalker was so emotional. Ah, visitor. Oh, fuck. Pray give the instruction, Scholark, but we are hoping you might help us secure permission to enter Numon's restricted archives. Oh ho! No further forays into the stacks this time, eh? I applaud this newfound sense of propriety, and yet in the wide world of comparative sincerity, what so compels you to disturb a vault of freaking wisdom? I want to see a cat boy that looks like this old dude. I want to see a withered cat man, a cat grandpa. Let me see, is there any? No. No, they didn't really have any old grannies or grandcats that I think about. Fascinating. I had no idea such a technique existed. I would have been surprised if you had. If my assumption is correct, the research left behind by House Dermir has been laid dormant in Charlene's archives for many centuries. And if you unearth this research, what then? Surely you don't intend to cross over into the void? Yes, we are. That is, in fact, precisely what we intend. To what end, pray tell? To develop a method of traversing the rift, for one, that I might keep my word to a distant friend. sentiment aside, I have journeyed to the end of existence. I have heard, felt, and thought endlessly about the truth of our world and the echo of its future. And yet, I want to understand everything, to unravel it all down to its very last secret. What scholar worthy of the name would force open a void gate or two if a grand revelation was the promised reward? She's so fucking good. Marvelous. An audacious proposal worthy of Master Matoya herself. Don't stop! Their relationship is gonna make me cry! And after hearing the whys and the wherefores, I for one do not believe you use the knowledge for ill. I see no reason not to present your request for the forum's consideration. Although, your petition would be readily received if you also had the support of another well-placed acquaintance. Fortuno? Yep. Why, Master Fortuno, of course. He can hardly ignore an earnest request from his dear children's most treasured comrades. I was hesitant to approach him directly, but there is no denying that having Master Fortuno on our side would tip the balance in our favor. Very well. We will pay a visit to the Levier estate and plead our case. One last thing before you go. I would consider it a personal favor if you might share with me the discoveries you make in the void. My appetite for knowledge is every bit as insatiable as yours, I'd wager. So, if you could see your way to indulging an old man's curiosity. Of course, Scholark. We would be sure to pass on any of our revelations. So, like, for context about Charlian as a whole, they're basically a nation that prides itself in collecting literally every piece of knowledge there is about the world's history and the like, as their, like, I guess, nation's cause. So that's why I would, like, Charlian is super, like, I guess it would be like the nerd, the nerd country of the world. Nerd race, exactly, the nerd race. Nerd nationality. But they're super closed off though, as a result. I would say that their philosophy is basically like the isolationism that the United States had before World War II? Or I? They just don't get involved in the world's affairs. I'm wondering, Z, do you think I should do a New Game Plus of the story for you and like some of the other guys? If you guys want to know like the previous story arc? Would that be like interesting? And anyone else, of course, but like... The good news is like if I do New Game Plus, I don't have to deal with like the leveling and the like. I could just be like... Mistress Hisa, Mistress Shishtola, how may I be of service? We've come to speak with Master Forshno. Is he home by any chance? Yes, the master is in the residence. I shall inform him that he has guests. Bring his wife too. Emilians! I'm down to see, but it's up to you. Oh, I'll keep it in mind. Well, Emilians would invite you inside for tea, but I assume this is not a social visit. You have some matter of import to discuss. Then pray proceed. You have my full attention. Well, I suppose I should praise you for following the proper protocols this time around. Scarlet expressed much the same sentiment, I assure you. We will not attempt to circumvent the Forum's authority again, unless it is absolutely necessary, of course. Of course. You do understand that the restricted archives are restricted for good reason, yes? If no pressing need exists, then why risk the consequences of employing this forbidden knowledge? For a brother who misses his sister, she was his guardian and his friend, a selfless hero who crossed the rift between worlds to save her homeland from horror and suffering. But the brother has given up on such thoughts of reunion. He spends his efforts elsewhere, watching over a people yet healing from the flames of the final days. Loyal to his duty while betraying the longing in his heart. 'Tis no vital mission perhaps, reuniting these siblings, but it feels a worthy cause to pursue all the same. Gizmo. Gizmo! As one who feared losing his own loved ones and spent years in research to prevent it, surely you appreciate how painful such a separation must be. Reflections are still very much a mystery to us, offering to share your experiences in the first should constitute a fair exchange for our cooperation. I am fucking right! Do not celebrate just yet. The Forum must still be convinced. I will add your request to the list of today's deliberations and deliver the decision to you at the Baltisian Annex. Roki Reki. Don't silence him. No, he deserves to be silenced. Before Endwalker, he disowned his kids. He was a fucking asshole. If I ever stream New Game Plus of Endwalker, or like before Endwalker, you will understand. Oh, I meant Gizmo, but fuck that guy. No, he deserves to be silenced too. Absolute fucking rat man. He's an asshole. He doesn't let me sleep sometimes. Fate would never. Oh no! I abandoned my girl! I abandoned my girl! Where is she? Stola! I thought we had to go inside there! I'm sorry. Oh, please don't tell me I have to do all that all over again. Come. Okay. Oh, okay. I had to be over here. Hi, friends. So, what did the Forum decide? To put it bluntly, Master Matoya has burned some bridges here in Charlian, and salted the earth for good measure. When it became clear that her student was the petitioner in question, well, no free members voiced their discontent. Then the chamber was reminded, in no certain terms I might add, of the incredible debt we owe to you and your companions. That served to silence the grumbles and stiffen a few spines, and it would agree that allowing you entry to the archives was the least we could do in return. That is wonderful news. Thank you both for speaking on our behalf. But yes, well, as I am sure you are aware, this permission was not extended lightly. Forbidden knowledge is to be treated with the utmost caution, and there will be repercussions if it is not. I wish you well in your endeavor, and bid you good day. So stuffy. Never the same, that one. Uncompromising? Aye, but the very stoicism is exactly what Shirley needed to guide it through not one, but two Exodiuses. That went rather well, I think. As a child, I dreamed up any number of schemes for getting my hands on those forbidden tomes, and now I can simply walk in through the door. Our focus will be on finding House Demir's research notes, of course, but the thought of so much knowledge at my disposal has me feeling a little giddy. Oh my god, there's still MSQ! You will be heading directly to the archives from here, I presume? You presume correctly. Then you will want to speak with the index page when you arrive. It's been instructed to grant you access to the restricted section. Excellent. Once again, we thank you all for your help. Oh, it was my pleasure, believe me. May you find the knowledge you seek. Is that a fucking snake? Okay. Shall we? Alright, Stola, you hold my hand so we don't get separated again, please. Where am I going? The set of instructions I laughingly imagined may actually exist, but yalms away from me you found me napping. If I had known of Azadal III's exploits sooner, I could have well have saved myself days of research. Even a children's book my had pointed me in the right direction. To achieve the impossible, one must needs be flexible of mind and look beyond conventional wisdom. A lesson I had already learned, but clearly not taken to heart. Vista. Excuse me, my good lady. Pride of the studium and parent institution to the Great Google Library. This massive collection of scrolls and tomes is the largest of its kind. Knowledge from every corner of the world is collected here, and efforts to compile the Bibliotheca Historia, the ultimate respiratory wisdom, is an endeavor without end. Context for the homies. This shit's so fucking massive. Archon Yushola and guest identified. Do you wish to proceed into the restricted archives? Follow me if you would. Watch your step, and please note that the use of naked flames is discouraged. Ooh. I love this remix of Google's theme.
If House Demir's notes are to be found anywhere, it will be here. Let us begin.
Go off, piano man! Do all cat people have those face tattoos? They're not tattoos, they're actually markings. Yeah, it's like different if you, when you make your like cat boy or cat girl, depending on the face that you choose, it has like a different marking on it. trying so hard to pay attention, but Jarma keeps fucking bursting out into singing Imagine Dragons, and it's throwing me off. Well, there you go. He's singing about the non-binary dragons, see? Untitled Goldsmith's Journal. Today, in a world not my own, I met the most beautiful void-born creature. She was sullen like her ravenous brethren, eyes blazing not with hunger, but trembling like a candle's flame, threatening to flicker out at any moment. I wonder if she is even the proper word, such distinction seems inconsequential, insignificant even. All that matters is the love I feel for this exquisite, transcendent being. I love this. It's like, yeah, this thing doesn't have gender, but I still like it anyways. Though you are tempted to read more, this does not seem to be the volume you are seeking. The following page is detailed an advanced method for manipulating rift-spanning apertures as devised by the New Hashan, the 9th Patriarch of House Demir. We present these research notes to the facility of Charlene's Studium as both token of our friendship and an expression of our balanced admiration. You appear to have located the forbidden tube you seek. Kushala will need to make the final confirmation. No, I wanted to ring the other one! Aw, damn it. Have something you'd like to show me, do you? My apologies. I flipped open but a single book and was completely absorbed by the contents. Well done, Hisa. I think you may have found our prize. Hell yeah. No, go back to the sick remix.
Yes, the ether signature is unmistakable. I've felt the traces of House Damir's resonance many times at the Great Work. Time to see what all the fuss was about. Among the ranks of the Voidsent, there exist entities with the power to call forth their brethren from beyond. The species known as Atomos, however, is uniquely prodigious in this regard.
I hate those things.
From its distended maw, it can expel an endless procession of void-born creatures. A talent which sorely tested the Radiant Host in its battles against these abominations. Surmising that the entity itself was acting as a void gate, we endeavored to capture a small specimen and subsequently examine its physiological structure. Our findings revealed that the Atomos had absorbed a planar fissure into its own flesh, which it could expand at will into a functioning gate. Upon further analysis, we identified an ethereal wave pattern emitted during this process. A pattern we were able to emulate by passing crystal-stored ether through a specially designed prism. We proceeded to embed said prism into an arcane simulacrum, thus completing what we have dubbed our artificial Atomos. How could I have been so blind to the possibilities? This species, not to mention its ability to summon Voidsent, has been discussed among academics for years now. Just before the advent of the 7th Umbral Calamity, we received reports of Atomos sightings from every corner of Eorzea. Surely you've at least heard the tales.
I fought a bunch of them, too.
And still, House Daemir went and built a mock Atomus of their very own. I'm not surprised the Archons consigned their work to a restricted archive.
What?
It was no easy task, but at last we've unearthed the volume we've been searching for. I'd be lying if I said I wasn't tempted to stay longer. See what other forbidden titles might be lurking on these shelves. Ah, but that would be abusing the very special privilege we've been granted now, wouldn't it? Better not.
Yeah, otherwise you'll be led out in chains, but like Raha. As much as I would love to start crafting the Atmos, I'm afraid this is far outside my field of expertise. Fortunately, we know a Hainish alchemist who would be delighted to involve herself in our House Daemir project. Our business here is concluded for the moment. Please pass on our regards to the forum. Your message will be conveyed. Should you wish to indulge in more forbidden literature, I will be here. Parchment mode disabled. Security mode engaged. And if anyone can help us, Nidhana can. I say we return to Thabnir and look for her at the Great Work. Oh, I love her. More Nidhana, please. She's good. Good elephant. Absolutely love the colors. Oh, who's that? In chat. Girl, you shouldn't even be here. This is spoilers for you. I have no doubt you will be interested. This research log should speak for itself. Will it now? Okay, fine, Callie, you can stay, but Xavier can't be watching this. If he's present in the room. By the sisters, this is the mark of House Daemir. I never even knew such a work existed. Few should. It was sequestered in Numanon's restricted archives after all. It was, but that means every word within is forbidden knowledge. A forbidden tome filled with the forbidden research, and you put it right into my unsuspecting hand? I can hardly wait to read it. To think that Daemir were developing such marvelous techniques so long ago. How many innovations has been lost to over the centuries, I wonder. Now that you've glanced over the notes, what say you to helping us build a new Mog Atmos? I say yes, 1,000 times yes. Work on a Daemir project that has even the redoubtable scholars of Charlian troubling in their scandals? No alchemist of the great work could resist. You are a woman after my own heart. Oh, I suppose I should ask, what do you mean to do with this big mouth simulacrum once we've built it? So there's a secret void gate, and it's sealed in the ruins at the bottom of the bounty? Today is a day of revelations indeed. If the purpose of our man-made Atmos is to expand this hidden portal, then I will need to see it for myself, I think. Manipulating rift-spanning apertures is not the sort of thing you want to attempt without first taking into account every single factor. Then by all means, accompany us to a vault. I plan to lead us back there shortly, once we've finished gathering the components I require. Charlian's markets provided the raw aquamarine and pure water crystals, but I may need help obtaining a small quantity of astrally infused water. For such a liquid, you need to go no further than the front of Maya. Oh, sorry. The aesthetics of old once favored the place for their meditations, and the water which pools there now is known to enliven the flow of Aether. That sounds perfect. If you would be so kind as to fill a flask at the pool, I would petition Vitra to join us. The idea I have in mind wouldn't amount to much without his authority to command the Void Gate. Shall we be about it then? We shall be back here anon. Jesus, I didn't think this was gonna have a lot of like story or MSQ. And this is just 6.1. Is there like a main storyline, or is it ever changing with the updates? The main storyline basically comes and goes with the expansions and stuff. So what they basically do is, I think I explained it earlier before you came in. Or do they all connect to each other? They connect. Everything is related to it. It's not like where I do one expansion and then like when they set up the next story for the other one, it's like, oh yeah, so this previous story isn't related whatsoever. They don't do that. Everything is connected with it. The Font of Maya. This temple was once the abode of an order of Akasadora ascetics who sought the divine enlightenment of Maya. Abandoned for a stronghold deeper in the jungle, the structure now sits derelict and half submerged in rainwater. So like with this one, 6.1 is basically the start of a whole new arc for the whole story in the game altogether. And Walker was the ending of the last arc of the story that they started back in A Realm Reborn. It makes sense. So like A Realm Reborn goes into Heaven's Ward, Heaven's Ward goes into Stormblood, Stormblood goes into Shadowbringers, and then Shadowbringers goes into Endwalker. And Endwalker, despite being the ending of the last arc, will go into whatever expansion comes out in like 2 years time. 2 to 3 years time, because I don't know how long they're going to take with this new one. Definitely going to be more than 2 years though. Do you have that flask for me? Yes, this should suffice. Thank you, Hisa. I'll go with spell speed. Shelley is eager to depart for the vault. Look who I came across. Justinian seemed in need of diversion, and we in turn may need rid of his lands. Right then, now that our little party is assembled... Oopsie. Just switch my monitor to blue light savings. Will we need of Matsuya's boat again? Not this time. Once you still informed me of our destination, I arranged for a vessel to be made ready for Akali. Your Excellency is ever that gracious host. Shall we? Oh fuck, I went the wrong way. ship is yours to command. Our thanks. We set sail at once. Oh, this is so exciting. As Dahl's legacy, to see the truth of a legend with mine own eyes. All aboard for the treasure vault.
The ruins alone were impressive enough, but I never dreamed such a treasure lay hidden in the depths of the bounty. It may have been helpful to know this device existed, Your Excellency.
My apologies. The gate was a secret I shared with none but my closest advisors. I feared for what might happen should those with ill intentions learn of its existence.
He's got a point.
What is it you're doing now?
There's something I wish to verify. The NOAA reports claim that a short stint into the void carries little risk of etheric imbalance. Should one suffer an injury, however, or if one's expedition drags on longer than intended, that risk becomes significantly greater. Gra has theorized that a warding scale would confer protection from the void's corrupting influence. But I would prefer to test that hypothesis before we set foot in the 13th ourselves.
So, this is an experiment of sorts.
Yes, an experiment. Tell me, how would you go about testing the efficacy of the warding scale?
Girl, you better not be summoning something.
And how would you do that? The gate is still too small for any of us to pass through.
Estinian is correct, which is why I've elected to send a familiar in our stead.
Wait. Who? Oh, it's your
Now,
little,
a
it's your
lowly
little
imp
friend.
can navigate a fissure, no matter how narrow.
It's a, oh God, what was its name?
Which means an arcane entity of similar stature should be able to manage the same. I hadn't wanted it to come to this, but no other familiars will do, I'm afraid.
I mislike the sound of that. What manner of fiend does she mean to summon?
From ocean rise and cloudbank form, from mountain spring and rainfall storm, from river flow and life be born.
Yes! Yes!
Water, water, froth and foam!
What was that? What was that?
Ready your arms. I fear she's been possessed.
Oh, come now. That was adorable.
For context, this is a familiar she made when she was like 7.
Though not my first choice. These familiars I conceived of as a child have the best chance of fitting through the gate.
She looks so embarrassed.
I only wish my younger self had considered a more dignified ending to the creation ritual.
Oh, honey, please. You were like 7.
In any case, these two should serve us well.
I like them. They're
This
cute.
one will bear a warding scale.
I actually have the little minion of it.
And when they return from the 13th, we can observe how the talisman, or absence thereof, has affected the progress of the Void's corruption. If I could impose upon you to open the gate. Your Excellency?
Ah, yes, of course.
We should also be wary of void scent slipping through while we conduct our experiment. Estinian, you are to keep Nidana safe from harm.
As you say.
If anything happens to her, I will kill you myself.
You had best be on your guard as well.
If anything happens to her, I will kill myself.
Oh, are you volunteering to join the Nixies? I could shrink you down, you know.
Please.
Let us begin, shall we? Nixies, into the void.
I feel bad. One of them's gonna get fucked up. Yeah, this is not going to end well, methinks. Ooh, are we gonna have an instance fight? She's so excited.
I think we've waited long enough.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Nixies, return to my side.
Uh-oh. Oh. Oh no!
Thank you, little one. You did well.
Don't touch it!
Oh, the poor thing. Its essence has been irrevocably warped.
Uh-oh. Close the fucking portal! Close the portal! Close the portal to the super hell! Now!
We're out of time. I must reseal the void gate.
They're coming through!
In the name of Alzadal III, I bar this door unto the void.
Whew.
Well, that was a sharp lesson in the dangers of void gates.
Okay, but what about our little buddy?
And what of our experiment? I'd say the results speak for themselves.
The unprotected Nixie has suffered extensive etheric corruption. As Nidana observed, it's well on its way to becoming a void scent.
Okay, so just kill it, put it out of its misery. Come on.
The one merged with the talisman, however, appears unaffected. I sense no changes to its equilibrium. Rest now, little ones.
Graha's theory was correct then.
So it would seem. But while our second familiar was untouched by void energies, the talisman itself shows signs of degradation. It was, of course, originally designed to shield the soul from primal tempering. It stands to reason that etheric corruption of a different sort would affect it differently.
So we're gonna have to modify it.
We may need to modify the warding scale's design to account for the 13th's uniquely unstable ether.
You've said much of the Void's instability, but my imagination fails me. What manner of place is this broken world?
Ah, my apologies. I forget that not all of us spend our days sequestered in dusty archives.
Dusty.
The 13th is a reflection of the source that was drowned in a flood of darkness. In Emmett Selk's own words, this tragedy was a result of the Ascians' attempts to force a rejoining. They erred in their haste, and made of that world a useless void. You remember Una Kalhai, the unusual child we met during our troubles with the Warring Triad. He explained the fate of the 13th thus. The champions of that ill-fated world used the stone known as Auracite to contain the power of primals. But those self-same heroes were gradually corrupted by the Auracite's bleeding energies, transforming into fiends with an endless hunger for ether. By the time anyone thought to oppose them, Light's strength had grown too feeble, and the balance of the 13th tipped into eternal darkness.
Darkness, darkness, darkness.
It was Elidibus, as I recall, who rescued Unakalhai's spirit from his final battlefield. But I wonder if there were others whom the emissary saved from oblivion.
Cilia, I think. Scylla? Oh, she's good too.
Silva?
Silva, yes.
The adventurer who traveled with the Warriors of Light. And you say she was another of Elidibus's pawns.
Oh god, that texture on that sword. Jesus.
I see. So Ciela, or rather Silva, was beguiled by the same dreams of heroism as Unakalhai. And what of your own experience? Will you tell us of what you observed during Noah's expedition? I can picture it now. The sunless, Stygian expanse, infested with legions of ether-starved monstrosities. A void in every sense of the word.
Pretty much.
What you have described in such lurid detail is exactly why I hesitate to encourage you.
Worry not, great Vritra. Our journey into the 13th is but the first leg of a longer voyage. A voyage that shall lead us to other reflections, to new mysteries and discoveries. And I mean to be there every step of the way. But First, I must focus on refining the warding talisman.
Yes.
Then I can begin work on constructing an artificial Atomos. Or I could if I had the relevant manuals to hand. Might I be so bold as to request access to the Satrap's family archives? Your Excellency?
Uh-oh.
Oh, yes. That can be arranged. I will speak to my officials upon our return.
We will see you back in the city then.
Yep. Oh my god. Oops. To be honest, I have no interest in visiting the Void myself. Why don't we discuss this later? There's something I must do first. Why does everyone insist on being so secretive? I at least had good reason for not wanting to explain my Nixie ritual. Ahem. Shall we proceed with our other preparations then? As we saw, the warning skill can be effective at protecting the bearer from other sources of fear corruption. Nevertheless, the talisman's durability will be need to improve if there is to withstand the Void's influence for a prolonged length of time. And I think there is a problem we can address without involving the brilliant but busy alchemist who created it. Who do we know who excels at this kind of structural augmentation? Garland Ironworks. An excellent suggestion. As I recall, Sid himself is no stranger to the Void and its volatile energies. With this experienced hand at the helm, I have every confidence that the Ironworks can strengthen the warning skill. Come, let us visit their operation around Router's Reach and commission their best and brightest. Isa, what brings you to the Ironworks? We have a commission for you and your president, actually, assuming he's available. Master Sid, certainly. We'll see if he has a moment free. Pleasure as always. I hear you have a job for us. Heading into the void to find a lost dragon. That sounds almost pedestrian compared to your last adventure. Honestly, I don't know if you can say anything that would surprise me after meeting on that bloody mess. Alright, let's take a look at this talisman of yours. You said there were signs of degradation. It seems some manner of corrosion has set in around a scratch on its surface, much as the void's corruption seeps into Nero through his wounds, in which case, our best bet may be to simply prevent the scale from being damaged in the first place. And how might we achieve that? We have a coating agent for strengthening trichomes and the like, but I'd be wary of applying any compound which might upset the scale's delicate alchemical balance. Far safer to dress in an armor. We'll construct a protective casing, one utilizing metal alloys with high ethereal conductivity, so as not to impede the talisman's primary function. Suit of armor, as you said. Nero has compiled data on the 13th, so I'll have to pitch him in with the design just to be sure. If only it weren't such an ordeal to convince him to follow our safety protocols. I swear, I've never had such a reckless employee. In any case, we may need some time to untangle the particulars. Understandable. We both know how busy your schedule is, and the final result will doubtless be worth the wait. The hard part would be ducking Jessie and her constant barrage of demands while we speak about doing the fun stuff. We'll see what we can do. I think we can leave the rest in Sid's capable hands. Let's return to the great work and see how Nidhana is working on with the mock Atomos.
Hey, Stola! The adjustments are going well, I hope?
'Tis a lengthy process, but the end is in sight, yes.
That's wonderful news. I myself had some good fortune searching through the Satrap's private records. What I found was a transaction log dated around the same period as when Alzadal's legacy was built. It included a purchase list of highly exclusive alchemical components, and I knew I'd discovered the key to making the artificial atomos. I then visited the High Crucible to commission the materials. After I'd explained my requirements, I was beset by volunteers insisting I allow them to help with the entire project.
The usual reaction to someone forcing open a void gate is to run for the hills. Harnish academics certainly are a different breed.
The alchemists of old were cut from a similar cloth. The unknown held no fear for them. Indeed, they were ever eager to seek new knowledge, regardless of the danger.
And were you not also fearless, heedless even, in your determination?
My sire entered his dormancy before I was hatched. And so it was Ashdaya who kept my eggs safe and warm.
Aww.
It created a bond between us. Even long after I learned to fend for myself, I rarely strayed from her side.
Egg.
She was my guardian, my sister, my dear companion. And not a single day passes that I do not mourn her absence. No matter how deep the darkness, I would not surrender my search. I promised myself the time would come when we would once more take to the skies together. But I am satrap now.
The Radiant Host is here to serve, Your Excellency.
Nabdeen, what is this about?
Sir Estinian told us of your predicament.
For centuries you have protected Radzat-Han, never showing your true self, hiding behind a curtain and living only in service to the people. Your dedication meant more to us than your deceit, and so did we accept you as our rightful ruler. After all that you have sacrificed for this nation, did you imagine we would begrudge you your heart's desire?
Man, I fucking love Radzat-Han.
We survived the final days. We are a strong and proud people. We, the Radiant Host, will keep Thavnair safe in your absence.
I am grateful for your loyalty and for your encouragement. And yet...
Now you listen to me, Varshan!
Oh!
You are wearing that face, after all. As I have told you before, you are a little brother to us all. And if you are family, then so too is your sister.
I liked until I saw his face. Yeah.
We are there for you if you need us. But do not ask us to sit by and watch while you abandon a sibling you have ached to rescue for millennia.
We will succeed in opening the way. It is only a matter of time. All you need do is prepare to step through to the other side.
I love it. I love the I love the Hainish people so much. They're so good. They're so good. Best city-state.
Your Excellency, I wanted to thank you for building the orphanage. It means so much that my sister and I will have a place to be together, safe and happy. And I hope that you and your sister can be together again too.
Oh no. Undertale moment.
Take heart and protect them well. Such were the words I once said to you. And here I stand, failing to live up to them. If my heart is torn, I am fit to protect neither Ajdaya nor Radzat-Han. My people, I have come to a decision. Vashan will depart Thavnair for a time. My dragon self will remain in the palace, but only to conduct the satrap's most essential duties. While I am focused on controlling this vessel, there may be matters that escape my attention. I rely on you, my trusted friends, to watch over one another until I return.
Take care and fair fortune, little brother. Many tears would be shed should you come to harm.
I would not dare make you cry.
Make me cry. Oh. Ishikawa-san is such a good writer. You surprise me, Estinian. For a lone wolf, you've shown an unusual degree of, shall we say, involvement in helping Vitra reach this conclusion. 'Twas for the greater good. The worm's thundering sighs were keeping his citizens awake at night, and had travelers believing the place racked by some unnatural storm. What of your own answer then? You seem disinclined to venture into the void. When I was one with Nidhogg, his vengeful thoughts were my thoughts, his endless rage my rage. And the soul-chilling grief he nursed for Radicusker's death. I would not wish such agony upon a foe, let alone a friend and ally. If there is a chance we can spare Beecher that pain, then I will follow you. An unusual crew we have here. Indeed, but perfect for our purpose, I should think. I'd rather not bother the Scions with aught less than a dire threat to the star. Now, on to specifics. Unlike the first, where the flood of light was halted before its devastation was complete, the 13th had been utterly subsumed by darkness. My plan, as such, is to explore the void in stages, withdrawing to safety after each brief foray. 'Twould be more convenient had we a manner of base camp nearer to the gate itself. Out of the place chambers should serve. Come, let us reconvene outside Megaduda. So we will require suitable accommodations. Might we make something available for our guests? All chambers are presently hosting the great mounds of treasure we have carried out of the vault. Once the Foundation's art activities begin in earnest, however, we can redistribute the trove and make a room or two ready for habitation. Good. Please inform me when you've completed the arrangements. As you heard, we will have you settled in Megaduda in due time. As ever, you are most gracious, your Excellency. You risk yourselves to aid me in my quest for Azdaja. Bleh. Providing comfortable quarters is the least I can do. I only wish we knew more about our destination. The gods only know how long our explorations might possibly take, or what our chances of success might possibly be. Succeed or fail, I am grateful to you for convincing me to make the attempt. On that note, I will return to the great work and lend what help I can to Nidhana. If you have preparations to make ere we venture into the 13th, now is the time. All you need is my armor and my lance. Perhaps I'll train with the Radiant Host to pass the time before we depart. All I care about is fighting. You know what this means to me, Hisa, but my purpose need not continue as well. We are headed to another world. Find what joy you can in the experience, for you are a traveler, an adventurer at heart. This I know. Yes, sir. Take that critical hit. Ruh-roh, Raggy. Who is this? Hello?
to this world, bereft of savours.
I have an assumption who that might be. Oh, let path unlocked, adventurous spur, pulses quicken, spirits stir. Ooh, okay. Alright. I'm gonna teleport to Shalian to get that raid series going. But I'm going to BRB as that happens, so I'll be right back. I have returned. Whew, okay. Actually. It's so funny seeing earrings on, like, Alra when they have horns for ears. Can't see it, but hold on. Yeah. Before we get into that, yes, I'm aware. Actually, you know what? I'll just tackle this later. I get too engrossed into like custom creations. Oh gosh. Ah, Hisa, welcome back. Are you perchance here to see Cryo? Given to understand she has a task for which she desires your assistance. Yes. Now shall fetch her at once. Pray wait a moment. I hope this isn't as long. I doubt it. Hisa, my thanks for coming. If you're now available, I'd like you and Raha to assist me in the task I had mentioned. For you to call on Hisa, I assume the task in question is somewhat more exciting than sorting through paperwork, which I am pleased to add I have finished. So Hisa, if Hisa is ready, then so am I. Our venture to the bounty has only served to whet my appetite for field work. Not to oversell things, but I suspect you won't be disappointed. Ere I divulge the details, however, permit me to provide some background. As you know, our organization, the Students of Baldessian, was founded by my grandfather, Galof. Our mission was to uncover the mysteries of Heidelin and interpret her will, particularly through the study of her gift to us. We've since learned the whole truth, and it might be said that we fulfilled our mission, but our work is far from over. In the course of our endeavors, we have also sought to devise countermeasures against our threats that come to light. Our involvement with the Warring Triad is an example of such. 'Tis my belief that in continuing to seek out the unknown and dealing with threats, we best carry on the student's mission. We best honor those we lost when the Isle of Val was destroyed. Forgive me, I didn't mean to darken the mood. In saying all this, I simply wanted to clarify our organization's purpose for a new age. In line with said purpose, I have been reviewing new requests, and one in particular jumped out at me. It comes from none other than Rambros of the Sons of St. Koinak. Truly, has something happened in Mordona then? So it would seem, and he wishes to entrust the matter to us. While his missive is sparse on details, he writes that it lies beyond the sun's expertise. Uncharted territory are the exact words he used. I want to push this little thing over. No, leave her alone! I'd like you to meet with Rambros and conduct a primary survey. What say you? Wonderful. When you are ready, pray make your way to Revenant's Toll. I shall let Rambros know to receive you there. I must remain here to oversee our operations, but should it transpire that more hands are needed, don't hesitate to send word. Well, there's no time like the present. If you go on ahead to Revenant's Toll, I shall make ready and then be on my way. Oops. There you are, Hisa. 'Twould seem we are early. My apologies for the wait. Rambros, what a pleasure to see you again. How have you been? The pleasure is all mine, my friend. I've been well, and it gladdens me to see that you are too. Now, I know you have many demands upon your time, so I shall explain the particulars of our request at once. Recently, an explorer came to us who claimed to have discovered the Phantom Realm. The Phantom Realm? So this is what you mean by uncharted territory. You're not familiar, perhaps unsurprising given that it is a lesser-known legend. The legend holds that across Eorzea there exists a realm that appears as a mirage. Though visible from a distance, it fades away as one draws near. While it has been featured in myths since ancient times, the realm's existence could not be proven, and thus it is seldom mentioned in literature. In spite of this, fueled by rumors of the occasional sighting, the myth has persisted and continues to capture the hearts and minds of explorers. That you yourself should reach out to us. It is real then. When first the explorer in question approached us, we doubted him, but we couldn't doubt the evidence of our senses. Nay, the realm is real, and you will soon see for yourselves. Good gods, part of me still struggles to believe it, but we have no reason to doubt you. Suffice it to say, we are eager to see the realm too. Whatever truth awaits, I pray you will succeed in finding it. Seek out the explorer, one Derek. He has seen more of the realm than us, and should be willing to serve as your guide. Derek. I asked him to accompany me here, but he preferred to continue exploring on his own. He will be somewhere near the banks of Silver Tear Lake, I expect. Understood. Our thanks, Rambros. Come, let us split up and look for our explorer. It's here. Baby Oppo Oppo. I love that you and your chocobo match so in sync. Yeah, when I first got the game and I learned that you could like change the color of the chocobos, I was like, so where the fuck do I change it to make it blue? Just in case you were entertaining the thought, Hisa, that Oppo Oppo isn't our explorer. I have the man in question here with me. It's the Madagascar rat. He likes to move it, move it. I knew you were gonna say something about that. I am Derek, the one who discovered the Phantom Realm. My apologies for making you search for me. Bro, where are your eyebrows? Curious about this creature, are you? Found him injured during one of my juries and tended to him. Since then, he has taken to following me around. He's inquisitive, but otherwise harmless, so pray pay him no mind. You are the hero who delivered our star from doom, are you not? What good fortune that one as capable as you should lend her aid. I'm here because I heard that the raid's music was amazing. Don't look into it too much. To be clear, our organization has yet to accept the commission. Before we can make a decision, we would conduct a preliminary survey. Will you guide us to the Phantom Realm? Of course, I will show you to the entrance at once. The gate to the realm long dreamed by explorers. He's just not wearing makeup right now, so he didn't draw them on. Okay, fair enough. What are you? It's Jesus! He's Jesus! Impressive, isn't it? When the gate manifested, so too did this magic, allowing one to thus walk upon the water. Chris Angel, oh, fuck off. Someone conceived the means to do this at will. An intriguing individual. Yeah, but he ate shit right after, so... It's perfectly safe, I assure you. Come. I'm like, fuck it, I'm going right in. By the 12, you can surely walk here. What magic is this? By what means is it perpetuated? Forgive me. Let us continue on. I don't see what's so special about that. Naruto figured out a way to do that too, you know? The fuck? This is the Phantom Realm. This really should have been voice acted. You're in heaven now. I'm in super heaven! Heaven 2! The Omphalos. I like the way that stupid little thing's head bobs back and forth. It reminds me of Gizmo. Do you think that the entrance would lie over a Silver Tear Lake? There is nothing out of the ordinary with the environment. The sights, the sounds, the smells, all appear as they should be in nature. That is to say, this place is no illusion. Oh, I know this leitmotif. I bid you welcome to the navel of the Phantom Realm, the Falmos. The Ophthalmos, you say this place is called. A name of my own conception, I confess. I felt we needed something to call it. Lest you wonder, the word means navel in ancient tongue, an allusion to Mordona's location in the heart of Albernard. As you can see, they are man-made structures, and the place appears well kept. Yet there isn't a single soul in evidence. Tis my hope that you will help me to shed light upon this realm, to learn who created it, and to what end. I should also like to know why it has revealed itself now. Was it simply chance that kept it hidden, or something more? In any case, let us begin by taking a look around. Well, it clearly has the marks of the 12, and the 12 being the gods of Eorzea. I am inclined to believe that they want to challenge me. A stone monument has been erected here, by whose hand you cannot say, but the motifs wrought into this base appear familiar. Yeah, it's the 12. I believe the one I chose for Hisa was this one, Mefina. Hello, new G-pose area though. That is so pretty. The selfies I'll take here. You're gonna see them. You're gonna see them. It's really freaking pretty. How could I not? A number of structures such as this can be seen in the area. What purpose could they possibly serve? The architecture is unlike anything seen in Eorzea. Truly exquisite stuff. It's a fishy. Reminds me of Spear Pillar and Legends of Arceus. What the hell is that? It's a little stone friend. Bunny! What's up, Bunny? It's Bunny. Oh shit, the crystal tower's right there. In the distance, you see what appears to be the crystal tower. Through the clouds makes it difficult to be sure. It would seem that you are in the sky above Silver Tear Lake. No such isle could be seen from the outside, however. So, have the 12 just been like chilling here watching Eorzea through this whole time? Finished looking around, have you? What are your impressions? We have only a cursory glance, but this is truly a mysterious place. The gleaming spire rising beyond the clouds, that is most certainly the crystal tower. And judging by its aspect, we are considerate distance above Silvertear Lake, which would suggest the gate we entered is a teleporter. However, if this isle lies where it appears to lie, then it couldn't have escaped the Battle of Silvertear Skies unscathed. Which is to say we are in Mordona, and yet we are not. It seems as if we were displaced from our own world, if only slightly. Displaced is an apt way to put it. What was there else you noticed? There's little, like, creatures running around. Aye, the motives upon yonder structure. They are mistakenly the marks of the 12. By which I posit that this was created to be a place of worship. By whom? I cannot think of any who have possibly built such grand premises. Never mind actually magically conceal it, at least not in the wake of the Battle of Silvertear Skies. Aye, this is a mysterious place indeed. Realm of the gods. Ooh. Well, it seems there is but one solution for our ignorance: thorough investigation. For this, we will require more manpower and supplies, among other things. With your permission, we will confer with our representative, Kryl, and make the necessary arrangements for a formal investigation. If that is what must be done to commence your work in earnest, then by all means. Without further ado, then, let us return to Charlion. Hold, mortals. Oh. Oh. Balls. You profane this sacred realm with your very presence, and must answer for your irreverence. Guy's got legs for days. Titty. I am Birgot, the Builder. Birgot, then the 12 are real. Let there be no doubt. We are not simulacra born of mortal faith. Nay, we 12 are divinities true. And in Heidelin's absence, we are the star's rightful rulers, its will. Oh, so, okay. Oh, don't you dare. Closely have we watched mankind. And we have determined that you, champion of Heidelin, pose a threat to our ascension. Motherfuckers, you... Oh! You were foolish to wander into our realm. We could destroy you with ease here and now, but as divinities, we must demonstrate grace and forbearance. There is but one path. We must weigh this mortal's worth. Hear, hear. Let there be a trial. While the mortal would invariably be destroyed, it would at least provide us with diversion. What? You suddenly appear and expect us to simply comply with your whims. Protest if you wish, but mortal logic means not to gods. You will abide by our laws. This is exactly right. Kratos went on his rampage. Lo, the gateway to our sanctums lies open. Show us the strength of mankind. Show us the honor of mankind. Show us the spirit of mankind. If man would remain the master of his own destiny, then assemble your comrades and come. Come and prove your worthiness. I have so many feelings about this, especially after Endwalker. Whew. Seven hells. During my previous forays, nothing like this ever happened. I encountered not a single soul, and certainly not gods. And by their own admission, they mean to take over the star. What are we to do? Maybe Garlemald had a point. Maybe Garlemald had a point with their atheism. The situation has indeed taken an unexpected turn, but we must try to think clearly. The 12 have long been revered and worshipped in Eorzea, and myths about them abound. But to my knowledge, they have never thus appeared so openly before people. For these beings to suddenly reveal themselves just as we are here, claim supremacy over the star, and challenge Hisa to a trial. Too much about this feels odd, and it gives me pause. Fair enough, yet as it stands, it seems we can dismiss the threat either. Gaius Van Belsar once said that the 12-2 were simply primals. Oof. Tis true that even Hydaelyn and Zodiark were primals, and we cannot discount the possibility, but we know too little to draw conclusions. Even any event, if these beings seek dominion over the star as they say, what happens here may have far-reaching implications. To that end, I believe we should take action. Suffice it to say, are you with me? We about to go Kratos on these motherfuckers. And then the students of Baldesion will officially tend to the situation. Aye, in the course of studying the star's mysteries, we have undertaken to deal with any threats that may arise. This is no different. Right, let us deliberate a course of action. Derek, know you aught of these beings' sanctums? Aye, they are domains in the Phantom Realm that lie beyond each gate. I've explored them all. Perhaps due to etheric instability, there are times when one can enter when one ordinarily cannot, but 'twould seem the way has been open for us. While I encountered no gods during my previous forays, I saw enough to know my way around. I am but a humble explorer and cannot contend with gods, but if you would be willing to protect me, I will serve as your guide. This man gonna be Hercules. Assemble your comrades. Brave God, Betas. As strong as I know you are, we know little and less about our foes, neither their strength nor their true nature. 'Twould be decidedly reckless to face them by ourselves. Adventurers, assemble. Nay, we must choose an approach that affords us the best chance at victory. To that end, this time I shall work behind the scenes, while you set forth to answer the gods' challenge. I will do what I can in my capacity as a student. For one, it would behoove us to arm ourselves with knowledge about the 12, and I shall begin by a praising cry of the situation. By thus utilizing our resources to the fullest, we shall overcome whatever trials await. Go, Catboy, go! Go, Catboy, go! Ajalia. Alright, rubs my hands together. "28 minutes? Oh, never mind." Woo, let's go. Alright, I'm ready for this. No! Get back! Come on. Come on. I was gonna try to see if I could, like, mend my gear a bit before, but let's go. Gang, gang.
So, you are resolved to face me.
Why does that voice sound familiar?
Come, children of man.
Alright, Z, get ready to watch me eat shit. That's loud.
Tremble before
Oh my. Oh, I always love doing things blind because of things like this. Someone in chat keeps screaming, "Suck him off." Jesus Christ.
Bend the knee.
All healers down. No, there's the White Mage and Lion C is still up. Being dead has its benefits. Oh god. treasure. Okay. Next one's
Builder has been made to yield. Intriguing. Then the destroyer shall take your measure. After you provide my servant with some sport.
Of course. Okay.
Ahead stands a statue I have fashioned for our contest.
Similar to one in Alamigo, yeah, I know.
Come, show me the strength of man. Upon the ground you shall fall.
Okay, I see what you mean. I see what you mean.
Wandering star, descend and destroy.
Get this dude's voice.
Keep a reverent distance.
Oh! Okay, should have known. Why would you as a tank run towards the group? You have that tank buster, come on now. That is not fair! Oh man, I am not healing this raid for a while until I learn everything. Okay, I see what I did there. I didn't even see the save point behind me. That's so unfair.
Bask in my blinding resplendence.
Oh, that is so. You're forcing them to run into the area and you're gonna punch, and then you throw a meteor on the other side. Oh, gods are fucking assholes. Okay, what are you doing here? What are you doing here? Because this is how I died the first time. Okay. 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 He's punching in the right, he's punching in the red. Jesus. Why did you use the... Oh, okay. I thought that was a DPS who used it. I was gonna be so upset.
Come, mortals. Enter my realm, if you dare.
Whew. That is such a nasty mechanic. Kill Bergborg. Oh! I almost ate shit there. First, either one for second. pretty ass area though.
You will be scoured by the light of the sun.
Woof, 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 woof. Hello, 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 hello. Big balls of fire, big balls of fire. Shit. Oh no.
Let there be fire.
Okay, what did those mean? Oh gosh. Uh-oh. Oh, I fucked up. I fucked
Raging
up.
flame, dance on the wind.
Okay. I just live his hair.
None can hold his burden.
I'll cut. Okay.
This will burn. A gift of flame for our children.
Oh, is she kicking it? Oh. That's sexy. That's sexy. I need some healing though. Yes, thank you.
Is it just a mirage? Or something more?
Ah, shit. Okay. Wait. Oh! Yep. Oh, for fuck's sake.
Just a mirage. Or something more. Shall the fires burn?
Oh, jeez. Oh, you can dye these? Nice. God, I was excited for the song.
I am Null, keeper of the realm of the living.
I am Star, keeper of the realm of the dead.
Prepare to be judged, children of man.
kill. Let's go. This song is so good. Does follow? Yeah, they do. Yeah, they do. I tried.
Weather my trial. We've only just begun.
Fired up too. That's funny.
Still you defy
That is so... Oh man.
The moment of judgment is come.
First swipe on the final boss, that's actually not bad.
Very well. Let us proceed to your judgment. The traitors shall wear your
found worthy.
Oh man. Wait, where's that red page? You get my commendation for this run. Looks nice, but I'm gonna have to pass. That also looks nice, but I'm gonna have to pass. Take that. Hurry up! Oh, that food is cute. I know, but I don't have a maiming job or a striking job leveled up to 90 yet, so it'd be pointless to get it. I did get the little cap for like the aiming set though. Give shit. I want the healing little gown though. The healing gown looks awesome. Give me my hat! Oh, God. My back just cracked. Yes. Whew. You're safe, thank goodness. I rushed here as soon as I heard the tidings from Raha. Is this true? Beings claiming to be the 12 have appeared. You defeated them all. Incredible. I had no doubt that you would succeed, but I'm no less impressed for it. Gahahaha! Seldom have I felt such exhilaration. What was this? The Gods Fight Club. I like her, she's pretty. To think that day that we would put on an act for men. I must say, Bragot, you played the villain's role to perfection. Oh. Come now, Master. I merely did what was necessary to compel the mortars to confront us. Oh, she's hot. Still, it pained me to speak to our beloved children so unkindly. So say you, Azayama. Yet you seemed happy enough to fight them. You did not forget the true purpose of the trial, I hope. Her face. Ugh. Well, I couldn't help but be excited, and do not tell me you felt differently. Consider yourselves fortunate, children. 'Tis rare indeed to see Nathal in such high spirits. What in the world is happening? Didn't you say you had defeated them? Did they manage to flee? Or perhaps were resummoned? Put up your weapons. You have naught to fear from us. Rest assured, we are not summoned beings. We do not drain the land of Aether, nor do we take men into our thrall. But what of the gods who were summoned during the calamity? The ones Master Louis saw called forth to protect the realm. That was not us, but a primal born of your fervent prayers for salvation. Indeed, that was the worst of the calamity was averted and the realm restored in its aftermath was a direct testament to the power of your hopes. Why do you choose to appear us before now? Just as men harbor hopes, so too do we gods. To realize our aspirations, 'tis essential that we do battle with you. Thus did I falsely claim that we sought to rule the world. 'Twas deceitful conduct unworthy of a divinity, and I must apologize, not only for that, but for using my power to do harm besides. These hopes of yours, won't you tell us what they are? We cannot. If you wish to know the truth, you must discover it for yourselves. 'Tis not easy to move forward when there is seemingly no destination, but if you press on, you will eventually arrive at the answers you seek. Aye, you will understand why we hold our peace, and far more besides. You will learn the very truth of our existence. Go forth, mortals, and seek knowledge for us, and when the time is right, we shall meet again in this place. As if hearing about your battling the 12 wasn't shockingly enough, to have them appear before my very eyes. Suffice it to say, it's been an interesting day. While much about them remains shrouded in mystery, at least they seem open to reason. Considering our next step, I should very much like to hear your detailed account of them. Right after I have a word with our client, that is. Please give me a moment to introduce myself, and then we can review the situation. Greetings, I am Cryo of the students of Baltesian. Do I have the pleasure of addressing Derek, the explorer who sought aid in investigating this place? And his little monkey friend. I am Derek, and this here is a baby Oppo. Yes, I can see that. Doesn't it have a name? Not that I know of, nor would I presume to bestow one, for that would be condescending. I see. That was very considerate of you. So I understand you explored the various phantom realms with Derek. Will you recount to me the experience? So while the gods tested you sorely, you did not sense any malicious intent. As Burgot said, they wish to do battle with us, but it would seem they do not necessarily wish to cause us harm. Though much and more about this perplexes, mayhap 'tis safe to assume they are not primals. As you recall, Livingway once told us that the art of summoning tests off by the asking incorporates the fervent desire to assimilate others into one's belief. Thus do the resolute primals seek to enthrall worshippers, who in turn seek to grow their ranks. but these beings appear to harbor no such desire. If they are primals, then they are unlike those that have been summoned in recent memory. We might suppose that they were captured in antiquity, in like manner to Heidelin, but there is no way to prove it. Who could they possibly be, and why do they desire battle with man? Probably to test us. It's the reason why Heidelin did it in the first place, too. Even of your little Eorzea, you know precious little. The true identities of the 12, for instance. Almexout did say that, didn't he? By which we may assume he knew the truth, and challenge you to seek it out too. Suffice it to say you'll do so, of course. Hell yeah! Insofar as we can ascertain, this is a matter which has implications for the entire star. In light of this, the students of Baldessium formally accept the commission. We will investigate the Phantom Realm and the beings who call themselves the 12. I am pleased to hear that. Thank you. Without further ado then, I will take a look around. There are a few things I'm curious about. Then, with your permission, I will take myself around Eorzea and investigate the worship of those gods we encountered. Hey, so Derek, seeing as you've already seen this place, would you care to accompany me? By all means, in which case... Could you stay here with Quarrel, my friend? You wouldn't do to leave a fair maiden alone. Keep. Hee. I shall be glad for the company. Take care then, and good luck. Alright, where are we going? So, to explain my plan, it is believed that the 12 were already worshipped during the 3rd Astral Era, when the Allegan Empire flourished. Come the 5th Astral Era, those nations that fought in the War of the Magi, each took one of the 12 as a guardian deity. This practice has continued to present day in Eorzea with some notable regional differences. For instance, Ishgardians hold Halion as absolute, while Charlians enjoy a moderate relationship with Philique. By visiting various locations in Eorzea and learning about the 12 as they are worshipped, I hope to identify any similarities or differences between them and the beings we encountered. In doing so, or in so doing, I believe we will draw closer to the truth of their identities. For our first destination, I propose we take ourselves to Rauger's Reach. The place is holy ground for worshippers of the Destroyer, and promises to yield useful details. Whew. Same statue. Wait, where are they? Oh, that's a destination. This place has served as the base of operations for your investigation into Omega, did it not? How delightful to be here together. If you don't mind making my observation, it seems you enjoy traveling with company. I do. It's something I had dreamed of for a long time. Nothing like traveling with good friends. Is that so? What of yourself? Do you normally travel alone? In my wanderings, I much prefer to have solitude. Not that I avoid people or communities, mind you. As a matter of fact, I've been here before, and on the trail of the Phantom Realm. Now that I think on it, more often than not, those places where Phantom Realm sightings are known to occur have a tradition of toll worship. Dan, I dare hope to say that we are on the right track. As I'm sure you know, Ralgar's Reach is home to the Temple of the Fist, the ancient headquarters of the Fist of Ralgar. Raised by the Mad King Theoden, the temple lay abandoned before the Alamegan resistance claimed it for its operations. While I doubt that much literature has survived the order over the years, the people here may possess some knowledge of the local faith. So let us split up and make inquiries and convene here afterwards to share findings. Storm of blood approaches fast, hell's open, heavens weep, for no soul doth lie beyond the measure of his reach. Once upon a time, Lise explained to you their meaning, that we must prepare for ourselves for the strife and sorrow that will inevitably come. Oh, if it isn't Hisa, is this man perchance a friend of yours? When he last visited, he shared with me the tales he heard on his journeys, and what amazing tales they were. If you have time, I'd love to hear both of your stories. Alas, we're in some haste. We're investigating the worship of Ralgar and seek literature on the subject. Religious texts and the like. Can any still be found here? Just about all that's gone, sadly. Destroyed by the Empire, if not the Mad King before that. But we haven't lost everything. The mighty image of the destroyer, the tales we share at the campfire, like the legend of our nation's founding. We still have these things, and they were a source of great comfort and strength to us in our darkest moments. I see. If you don't mind, I would be obliged to hear your stories this time. He said, rest assured I have this well in hand. Feel free to carry on as you were. Yes, if you have any business, please make it quick. I'm due to meet with someone any moment now. Forgive me my delay. Why, if it isn't the adventurer who kindly escorted me to the Temple of the Fist, are you studying monks too, perchance? If so, you ought to work together with me and my colleague here. Few things are finer than joining heads with like-minded folk. God, I can't read. Researching the worship of the destroyer, you say? Why didn't you mention it sooner? This is a copy of Destructivity, a scripture of the Fist of Ralgar. The original is one of the few texts that survived the temple's razing, and it was recovered by a monk named Wildegret. I went to the trouble of having this made for my colleague, only for her to say she doesn't need it, so I will offer to you instead. Lest you forget, this is your passion, not mine. I'm simply assisting you as a favor, and I'd like to thank you not to put us in danger. Ah, but danger is the crucible in which the monk tempers body and mind. So sublime, monks. Well, we had best return to our work. Till next time, adventurer. It's nice seeing Ralger's reach have people again, somewhat. Isa, what were you able to learn? Isa. A copy of one of the scriptures, you say. A moment while I skim over it. I skim over this huge book. I see. This chapter appears to be a record of the construction of the great image of Ralger, written in a style that suggests folklore was committed to parchment. When the deluge of the sixth umbral calamity threatened Eorzea, the ancestors of the Alamegans were guided to safety by a comet. Believing that it was sent by Ralger, they came to hold him in the highest. This much of a tale I have been familiar with. But according to the scripture, among those refugees who followed the comet, some claim to have caught sight of Ralger himself. Their accounts were passed down through the centuries, and worshippers of the destroyer pieced them together to give shape to yonder statue. I must say, it bears more than a passing resemblance to the being we encountered. Or that Ralger were a primal. The explanation of this for the similarities would be simple. That is, the statue gives rise to a unified interpretation of Ralger's appearance, which in turn leads form to the primal. However, this fails to account for what inspired the likeness in the first place. If the scripture is to be believed, it was the sightings during the sixth umbral calamity. Yet for those witnesses to be able to recognize Ralger, they would have needed an agreed upon idea of his appearance beforehand. If we then consider the history of 12 worship that already existed in the third astral era, it would not be ridiculous to think that these divinities existed even prior to that. Maybe the gods walked among men, I don't know. So the question is, did these beings give rise to their respective faiths, or are they primals born of them? I thought we had made it clear. We are not summoned beings. Talking shit. Since time immemorial, our domains have lain scattered across Eorzea. As a matter of fact, one of those in which you set foot is nearby. 'Tis not unusual for mortals to glimpse us. That voice, who could they be? Indeed, I'm Bergot, and the hawk beside me is Ralger. I shall elaborate upon my master's explanation. We thus disguise ourselves when we wish to observe the world without. For being seen in our true forms would violate our laws of conduct. Yet, though we are similarly disguise our sanctums, revealing them in illusion, rents are known to manifest when the surrounding aether is unstable. In such a time, should a gifted mortal chance to be near, they may inadvertently catch sight of us. Of course, during an umbral calamity, etheric imbalance occurs on a star-wide scale, the ideal condition for seeing the phantom realm. Precisely how many times we have been seen, we ourselves have no way of knowing, but that is a sound assumption to make. Well, Brigot, I believe that much shall suffice by the way of an apology for our deception, shall we? Indeed, that is all we are at liberty to reveal. Fare you well, children of man. Boy! Balls of light. Balls. Aside from their reticence where it concerns their identity and objective, these divinities are certainly approachable. If what they said was true, and their worship can be traced back to their sightings, it would serve to explain one thing. According to my research in the field of comparative mythology, Ralgar is often observed to bear many similarities with Ramu. Assuming both were inspired by the Ralgar of the Phantom Realm, their divergence may be attributable to differences in culture between man and sylph. So you believe that they gave rise to the prevailing faith of Eorzea? Good point. Given available evidence, yes, I am inclined to. Yet none of this explains their presence. How and when did beings of such power come into existence? Oh, 'tis you, Cryo. Has something happened? Truly, very well. I shall take care of it. Cryo has recruited an acquaintance to aid in our investigation, an authority on mythology. I must go and receive her at the sunken temple of Corn, where she is currently conducting fieldwork. After a brief detour to prepare a little something. Conveniently, Thanalan is home to countless adherents of Nadthal. While I attend to business, may I ask two of you to make inquiries in Ul'dah? Very well. Excellent. I shall join you as soon as I'm able, by your leave. So it's to be just you and me in Ul'dah. I suppose it can't be helped. Please. What strange manners for the one who proposed the survey to do so promptly abandon it. I'll not lie, I'm not given to working one-on-one with another, but I suppose I agree to this arrangement. Tai, well, we best be on our way. Damn, alright. As I recall, Mithana Sancrium is still closed for construction, so let us try our luck at Azarath Ossuary. You have no objection to traveling separately, I trust. Good. I shall see you in Ul'dah. Hope this ends soon. Ah, you're here. Of the derelict Dayfic twins Nadthal, here they worship Tal, who keeps the realm of the dead and weighs the worth of men's souls. In contrast, Nald keeps the world of the living and oversees their financial fortunes. Their names are borne by many a location and religious organizations. some extremely wealthy and powerful exist to nurture faith in them. On the surface, it may seem strange that a hub of commerce such as Old Dock could be home to such spiritual people, but it's actually quite logical when one considers that their religion is, in essence, commerce. In any event, Nadthal is truly a unusual divinity. What was originally held to be one god came to be worshipped as twins. Indeed, rather than the two distinct entities, that which we encountered was a single being possessed of two personalities. Moon Knight. Did I mishear? Did he just say they encountered Nadthal? No such thing. And while his appearance offers somewhat to the divinities worshipped, it cannot be denied that there are striking similarities in their nature. Shut up. You don't want to get the zealots interested. Forgive me, this is hardly the place for such a conversation. Let us continue it elsewhere. Run! Twas careless of me to openly speak of our encounter with the divinity with him in a place where he is worshipped. Carry on. I shall exercise greater caution. I thank you for alerting me to my indiscretion, and I ask that you keep it between us. Boigny. Now then, to finish our conversation, as I mentioned, though the Nadthal as worshipped by men appears somewhat different, there are undeniable similarities in their nature. I believe we may report this much to Grahatia. With that, our work here is done. Rather than waiting for our companion to arrive, perhaps we might seek him out at the Sunken Temple. He mentioned needing to make a detour. Were we to set out now, we ought to be able to catch up to him. After all, we hardly know one another. Rather than loiter with an unfamiliar person, 'tis better to use our time productively. Wouldn't you agree? Now let us head to the Sunken Temple of Corn at once. Sunken Temple of Corn. Corn. Ugh. You're here, thank goodness. I found this woman collapsed, though I can see no obvious injuries. By her attire, she appears to be some manner of scholar. Water, food, in my bag, please. I see. Hisa, may I trouble you to find her bag? I will stand lookout in the meantime. Examining the bag, you find a skin with a little water left, but there appears to be no provender. For now, you decide to take the water to the woman. Agua? So thirsty, so hungry. Ugh. Not enough food. I need food. I have safe dried meat, tough as leather. Do you have anything easier to consume? Lisa, Derek, what are you doing here? Actually, that could wait. Steady. Oh, I'm not reading that. I've bought you Arkan loaf and coffee, made sweet and creamy just as you like it. What? I am reborn, washed down with a sweet beverage. The life-giving nutrients of Arkan loaf permeate my being from head to toe. Thank you, kind stranger. However, you knew my preferred source of sustenance. You are truly a godsend. Oh, it's you, Aha. What brings you here? I don't recall mentioning my fieldwork. It's for my research into the Baldinians' worship of Zemia, you see. Haven't you heard from Cryo? The students are presently investigating the 12. You would prevail upon your expertise. May I introduce the expert mythologist. She is a collaborator of the students and, like many a Charlian scholar, is passionate about her endeavors to the point of forgetting to eat. Seeing as she has recovered, may I ask the two of you to tell her about the Phantom Realm? The 12 abide in the Phantom Realm, and you exchange not only words with them, but blows besides. Incredible. And your description of the domains, a thunderous tower in one, a sweltering city in another, are precisely as the heavens of lightning and fire are depicted in Legend. In ancient times, worshippers of the 12 believed that there exist 7 heavens and 7 hells. A theology has since established that departed souls return to the ethereal sea. But it seems those afterlife domains were more than just inventions of mortal imagination. As a pursuer of myths, I must say it feels somewhat anticlimactic to suddenly have those revelations given to me. But more than that, I'm dying to know more, which is to say, please allow me to join your investigation. Ahem, we would, of course, welcome your presence. Without further ado, then, let us head to the Amphilos. Cryo awaits us there. Welcome back, everyone, and welcome Snowchium. I'm glad you could join us. Cryo, how delightful to see you again. I understand you're doing a fine job leading the students. But may I say what a lovely place this is. At a glance, this appears to be the highest of the heavens of legend, the 7th heaven. And ooh, if those aren't symbols representing the other heavens, I take it those are the respective gateways. I should like to pay them all a visit. For Snowzim's benefit, let us review what we have learned thus far, and then hence deliberate the next step. The Gods reappeared before us in Ralgar's reach, though they were disguised as unassuming creatures. Their laws forbid them from showing their true forms outside their realm. Yet, in the event the ambient aether becomes unstable, such as during an umbral calamity, it is possible for the realm, and indeed the gods themselves, to be glimpsed by mortals. And such sightings, we believe, have given rise to various faiths practiced throughout Eorzea. As we confirmed in Uldal, the Nathal worshipped by the people in the Nathal were encountered here have more similarities than they do differences. In the course of exploring the Amphalos, two things caught my attention. The first is the gate which lies in the innermost area. And each of the other 6 gates lead to an elementally expanded aspected heaven. We stand in the 7th heaven, as Snow Geum says. What then lies beyond that last gate? Space. The second is this monument, a harbor some manner of magic unlike anything I've seen before. I will endeavor to decipher it, but it will take time. Divinities that have existed since time immemorial, who abide in domains resembling the legends of the heavens of legend. Why have they chosen to reveal themselves to mortals seeking battle? Unless they favor us with more of their secrets, it would seem this monument holds the key to solving the mystery. Indeed, much and more yet lies beyond our understanding, but we'll keep chasing the truth together. As I'm sure you'll agree, though, this is tiring work, both mentally and physically. We need to pace ourselves. To which end, might I suggest we return to Riven its toll and have a rest before we embark on the next stage of our investigation? Yes. So rarely do I get to simply chat with colleagues. I had fairly forgotten what it felt like. Indeed, and it's quite fitting that we should be doing so here at the 7th heaven. Fitting? That's an understatement if I ever heard one. The 7th and highest of the heavens, which rules over the remaining 6, was right here in Mordona this whole time. That isn't fitting, my friends, it's destiny. You are obviously well versed in the myths surrounding the heavens and hells. If you don't mind, I should like to hear your thoughts on them. Invested as they are in their research, it doesn't make much to stoke their passions. My apologies if it makes you uncomfortable. Having always traveled alone, I'm admittedly not too familiar with such a lively atmosphere, but I do not mislike it. By the way, the two of you arrived at the sunken temple rather quickly. Did something happen? Well, as pleasant as this has been, it's past time we return to the Annex. The paperwork for this commission is going to complete itself, alas. Then I should take myself to the follows. There's so much there that I like to see. And I believe I'll go for a walk nearby. It's getting a little warm in here. A little toasty. Alright, do take care now. Where you at, homie? Oh, Hisa, it's pleasant, isn't it? The smells and sounds of a tavern. It makes one feel alive. And afterwards, stepping outside alone and breathing the cool air. I like that just as much. While we await developments, I shall remain here in Revenant's Toll. If there are any tidings, rest assured I will share them with you. Thank you for your help thus far. I doubt so much could have been accomplished without you. Freedom! Okay. I've been streaming since like 4 o'clock. It's like 10:42. I'm gonna call it here. Oh man. I probably won't stream FF again until like the next patch. So I'm not sure if I'll get around to doing it casually. Maybe depending on how I feel like it when I start getting into like the Savage raids, but other than that, don't expect too much FF for me. I like to play it by myself offline. Anyways, I'm gonna call it here. Thanks for showing up if you have, and I hope y'all have a good night or morning wherever you are. Bye!